scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Charts, midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their throne. Checking the charts with AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, tracking the charts. Midnight glory. Sanctuary in awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, relentless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
Hello friends, welcome to the stream. Good morning. How are y'all doing today? All right. Good morning. Morning, chat. Bum, 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 bum. What's up, guys? I'm gonna make the like targets easier and give y'all a goal to work for. That way y'all know how to get it. Okay. 900. I'll make it so much easier now. There we go. There we go. All right, friends, smash the like button. Let's get ready to go here. Time to get started. A new trading day is upon us. And my quest to take it light until the end of the year, still here, still live, still active. I'll be making some big old swings on this market beginning of the year for sure, or at least once, you know, we get over the holiday season. 1547. LOL, not much of a morning for you. Oh, good afternoon. Right, hit that like button, friends. You guys know. All right, time to get rolling here. We fell to, this is that half gap, that 616 level. That's also where do my drawings go? There we go. Load that up here. We'll load that up there. Everything like disappeared on my charts here. All right. Resilience. Okay. All right. Okay. I grabbed the dip on this little tiny drop here. Where's all the drawings today? Sketch. I guess they'll pop up whenever the liquidity maps show up. Oh, hold on. Load layout. There we go. There it is. Now I'm learning. All right. That did it. 617 down here at the bottom here. Oh wait. It's now 617 Nasdaq. And we're gonna mark the overnight dynamic levels here. 608.08. 69.08. Good deal. Slight gap down today. Oh, that ES all-time high. Let me get that. What was it? 53, I believe. Right down over there here. Well, that's a gap fill over here at 835. That hasn't happened. Dynamic entries down there at 617. Bound the bouncer. Just grab that dip right when we landed. With the 2 spot, keeping it light. Oh. All right. Thank you guys for letting me know the MHP there. We open up pretty decent morning. Now, I still feel like the market's not done selling off. I don't know if today's the day it's going to continue, but I know probably by New Year. It's probably going to complete a cycle of lower lows. VIX is below triple B, so I can expect possibly some sharper bounces here. And if we lose it quick, I'll know pretty quick if I'm wrong. Oops. What am I doing? I'm deleting stuff. There we go. 617 is here. It's also that half gap from the gap up in futures from 2 days ago. And the big drop. I'm not really sure what's going on here. Let's double check the news. I'm getting started. Hold on. Oops. I'm done at 7:30. Anything coming out today in the calendar? Oh, GDP. That's today. That was today? I thought that was next week. Oh, it got pushed to today. That's right. That's right. Okay. Also, PCE came out today as well. Oh, that was all today. Why did I think it was all next week? Well, let's go over it. Let's take a look at what we got. Oh my God, GDP came out at 4.3 on estimated 3 forecast, which is good. So that came in higher as the Fed was projecting higher GDP growth, which is nice. The GDP price index came in at a 3.7. It's another price index, so that came out pretty high. PCE core came in as expected. What I click? Whoops, durable goods orders. I don't need that. Wait a minute. ADP numbers came in lower. The weekly numbers. So this was the PCE prices and then the orders. So that's just prices and orders. That's not the PCE. That's not the price index PCE. Consumer confidence in a little bit. New home sales in a little bit. And that's it. Yeah, so the PCE, the core PCE price is right here. Man, everything's all in the PCE prices are here. Yeah, that's weird feeling all this data coming out on Tuesday, December 25th, all clumped together like this. It's not. The government shutdown made everything all weird. .8 and a 2.9 forecast. 2.9, 2.9. Came in as a wash on these. So nothing alarming here. GDP was way up. This is what was expected. The Fed's the summary showed, you know, expected GDP growth, and that the PCE was going to be kind of like on path, 2.4, 2.5. Kind of on path to get there. Well, by the end of the year, we should get there. The fact that it's going up, though, I think that's probably why we drop. Am I going to spend my Christmas? I don't know yet. I don't think I'm deciding that one. I think that's the IDOC's decision. We're going to be doing all kind of family stuff. But I don't know exactly the order, the location. We're going to like 2 huge events on New Year's. We're not traveling. We're staying here. She just got back from that big trip. So, like we're going to a huge ballroom style 1920s style New Year's party. A quickie little nosedive there. Some volume coming out of that one. I did buy the dip at MHP, but it looks like the market is picking up some steam here. Grabbed a 2 spot. I didn't play it too hard. Is today the day that we're selling off? That was a little rough. Little double tap there. Unless we recover this, I'm just going to close out. I was trying to grab something like MHP for it to like reverse up. I'll hold the 40 point stop down to 580. Are we back to the selling from last week? Or are we dipping? Like I said, I had that suspicion. There is somebody at the house downstairs. Y'all can hear, you can hear Pickle. I think somebody's here. I hear talking. Somebody is inside and somebody is talking. All right. This is not what I wanted to see. Like this, kind of like double tap here. We'll see if the market is... Let's see, we are resetting slightly lower here. A quickie little dump right there. No buyers at the spot, so I'm curious if I'm in the wrong mindset here. Let me go ahead and just wait. I wanted to see like a V up back to where we started, but we kind of chill on this and gonna get like a move back up. I'll play once I get resilience. I'll play, even though I just kind of closed out flat there. It'll come up surely, probably so. I could probably start trading my FundedNext accounts again. Been waiting to see like what's gonna happen of all of that. They haven't technically pushed me to live yet, even though I took another 60K payout. It's like any moment. I'm just keep expecting it to happen. Maybe the holidays or something. It's slow. What platforms do I have accounts with? Live accounts, Elite Trader Funding, My Funded Futures, Tradeify, live accounts, and then prop accounts would be FundedNext. That's it. So those are the 4 that I've been trading with on stream. Next, people have asked me like, what are you gonna do next? If y'all want to see me do more prop stuff on stream, I could always go to TBT. I can always trade Apex as well. That's something I haven't exhausted yet. You know, like going all the way to live. Once I go to live, you pretty much exhausted like possibilities with that firm. Call of Duty co-founder died yesterday driving his Ferrari into a barrier. Yeah, like what kind of, like what, I mean, I guess what a quick and easy way to go. But like, what a fucking idiot. Like speeding through a dark tunnel in a Ferrari. I mean, you know, I don't wish ill on anybody, but like, that's not a fucking racetrack. Like, I saw the video, it was brutal. Did y'all see it? Oh, it's crazy. Actually, maybe I could do the long here. Like, the guy that founded, well, he founded Call of Duty. He worked on, the guy worked on Medal of Honor. I remember, like, he's very famous for like he created Call of Duty, not the Black Ops side, the Modern Warfare side. And he owned he worked on that company, and then he worked with like Dice for a while, right? Which was the company that was basically behind Battlefield. And then he worked for Respawn, you know, who made Apex and Titanfall. Yeah, he was the head of Infinity Ward. Yes, sir. For a while, yeah. Yeah, so like all my favorite games. Yeah. Like, bros fucking going 100 miles an hour through a tunnel in a Ferrari and came out of it and slammed straight into a concrete dividing barrier in the road. You know, those concrete barriers. Killed himself and the passenger. No respawn. Oh god, those jokes would be. Poor guy. Yeah, dude was pretty much a legend. Kind of sad that he died, but also, I mean, what a reckless thing to do. Like, when I saw the video, I was like, I hope the guy didn't have a family. I didn't look into it, but man, like, you want to speed your car through a dark tunnel so a bunch of kids can stand on the side and film it with their phones, and like, it's like an accident waiting to happen. Wife and kids, it's really sad. You're gonna go that. So basically, like, they came out of the tunnel and there was a curve on the road, a little bitty one, and probably couldn't see it because he's going through the tunnel was like curving, and when he came out, his trajectory, I don't know why he just didn't steer away from it, but he just basically beelined right into it. Probably just didn't see it. Yeah, dude, like all again. What's up?
They're not like.
Yeah, I want the smaller ones. I'll have to order them on Amazon.
Maybe.
Oh, I was wondering who was here.
Yeah. Brought us gifts,
What did he bring us?
food, like snack.
Sweet. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, you can take those back. They don't fit in the fridge because they're too fat. The smaller bottles that I usually get those at like the liquor store. You know? I'll have to figure out where to get them.
Guys, good morning.
What's up, guys? Good morning. You hear her?
Did she just repeat what I said? Parrot?
Wow.
You want breakfast or you
Have pizza, man.
That was for me.
Everybody's saying hi, Doc. I left you some pieces.
Pieces, like crumbles.
Like there's some left, I think. Possibly. Are you going to the fams?
Not. On errand.
We go to dinner tonight? Okay, cool. Count me in. Count me in.
Why are you invited?
Okay, don't count me in. I'll go do something else.
Okay, yeah, you
Maybe I'll go see a movie
can call me.
by myself.
Let me see where we're going.
All right. This room is so dusty. Third time's a charm. Well, all right. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, let's get this weird feeling about this one. You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm saying. We selling off today? Very possible that we are. If not today, by like Monday, we're back. Build a gap, pull back, market die out. I'm curious if today's move, yeah, if we break MHP, it's gonna catalyze like a whole different thing, right? I think pre-market. It's interesting to see people so aggressively selling pre-market though. Besides the event, like even now, like dumping here and dumping here again. And people are just like, whatever, I'm done. See you later. They come into work today and they're like, you know what? Dump it. I was trying to get better profit, but you know what? Screw this. I'm going on holiday. See y'all tomorrow. There's definitely a gap in ES to close. Yes, sir. Down like the 93 level. Yeah. I'm gonna mark it here real quick. This is the old ES gap fill. Curious if even if today is the day we sell off, it's not going to normally have a lot of volume or activity to go with it. Probably at least fill the gap. Yeah, I bought the dip here with 2 contracts, went there, went back to there, it's closed out. So not doing anything on this one yet. But yeah. It's I was reading up on that situation. Hold on. Vince Impella. I was reading up on like his like the games he made and the stuff he created. He's like such a huge figure in the gaming industry. I forgot all the stuff that he did. So yeah, Infinity Ward, which everybody knows, you know, was you have Treyarch and Infinity Ward, right? They're the 2 different Call of Duty companies. Call of Duty at Medal of Honor, then the Call of Duty, and then the Star Wars Jedi series. He's also worked a lot on Battlefield 6, which I found out. And of course, like Titanfall and Apex Legends, which like Titanfall, like my claim to fame as a gamer. So Titanfall, I was one of the highest ranked players in the world. One game I was actually really good. Every game I played, I've been decent at, but never like pro status. Titanfall, OG Titanfall, I was pro status, bro. There wasn't MLG competitions or anything for it, but if there was, my team and I would have gone and crushed. So if y'all played Apex, you know Predator's like the highest ranking you can get. So in Titanfall on X, I played on Xbox. I was Diamond 5, which is the quote unquote Predator, every season for like 20 seasons. So I played this. That's the only thing my Xbox One really ever saw was Titanfall. Like I never really bought any other games other than like that and like a couple Final Fantasy games maybe. I think I bought some Final Fantasy games came out on Xbox. Not that many. I literally had a handful of games. Did I ever play Star Citizen? No, I never did. Played what? Titanfall? Like Titanfall 1? Yeah. So these days, like, I mostly just jam on Battlefield or Apex Legends. I just bought Arc Raiders because some of y'all keep telling me to buy it. So I hear it's a legendary game in the making. Yeah, Apex is pretty good. Although I do like, I gotta say, you know, it would be so great if they came out with an Apex style game with Titanfall movement. Like you can't, they're like the best movement in a video game ever in a shooter was Titanfall. Like the wall running, the parkouring. Oh my God. The stuff you can do, so good. Imagine playing Apex with the idea that you can run horizontal on the walls. That'd be like a whole different mechanic. All right, so things I have on the chart here. We open up 15 minutes, you guys. Yeah, this conversation is because the a large prominent figure in the gaming industry passed away. Crashed his Ferrari into a concrete barrier, and him and his passenger were fortunately they both passed, but news in a minute. Yeah, we coming out a little bit. Today, I don't know if today's the day we sell off. I think today this is the half gap area. This is also support here. So I'm gonna wait till the market open just to see what resilience is doing. I don't know if we have enough volume to sell off and crash out today. Let me show you guys on the bigger hourly chart where I have it easily marked here. We have MHP and half gap all sitting at the same place. Half gap between the gap up on Sunday. So gap up here, and we haven't filled it yet. But like, if we fill it, that's not the best sign, obviously, for the stronger bull market from here. I don't believe we get the stronger bull market from here. As I told you guys, I believe we would at best probably test the highs and then sell off from there. So like today, best case scenario, this somehow turns green and we go to slightly higher highs, and then, you know, after Christmas we pull back. I think that, you know, the S&P is not going to break highs, and Nasdaq is not going to break highs, not until we get the momentum back from the tech stocks. I mean, they're not moving. So S&P, you know, these all-time highs, 56. I think we're kind of like stuck here. So we'll see. Wall jumps are wild already. Yeah, like, you know what's funny is that when they build Apex, you know, all the movement exploits we do on Apex are basically hacks. They're exploits. They weren't intended by the developers. They were remnants of like basically, I think when they made the engine, I think they reused components of Titanfall to build the engine, and then like they just basically cut out a bunch of stuff, but then they left a bunch of stuff in. I remember watching something about that. And so the things they left in were things that are easily exploitable by mouse and keyboard characters, or players. So over the year, their characters were like able to do all kind of crazy things like tap strafing and all that stuff. It wasn't intended by developers. They just left it in. It wasn't intended because it's unfair. Console players can't do it. But it's neat that we found all these different move mechanics in the system. Half-Life 1 mod called Specialist that allowed parkour movement? No way. That's pretty cool. All right, today, opening up with slightly bit of a gap down, about 60 points to drop here, about 13 points to drop here. I'm going to be waiting, just like always, in this open area to kind of see what resilience is doing. I could kind of, risk it with the long, keep it small, and if it dumps, I can just sell out. I just like, you know, that selling pressure sort of gave me a little bit of hesitation here. We'll be watching really tight with these. We are at MHP though, where I did originally want to long from. Let's do it anyways. 3 spot from here. It's big enough that if we open and dump, then I just close out and call it. 3 spot, keep it small. Like a trade anything big here. It would be nice to see S&P tap all-time highs, at least for today. From here would be a 40-point run. Equivalent from here, Nasdaq would be, you know, tapping the gap fill 830. Like a 200-point run would be kind of nice. I don't know if there's enough people here trading today in the holiday to keep this going higher. MHP. I bought earlier on this dip, and then I closed out. Then I'm re-engaging. After a couple of bounces and it hanging there, I'm like, why not? Volume's gonna be like really low today. That's the thing. Usually you don't get multiple bounces on MHP and then in the environment of VIX below or Contango midpoint, you don't normally get like this oscillate around here. So if it breaks, it's broken. So pretty simple. This one, if we break here, it's broken, and I just got out of the way. Probably nothing underneath it, but maybe a liquidity pocket or so. We might get a pocket somewhere down in here, like we did yesterday, something like that. And if we break and there's a pocket, you know, there's a scalp here on the re-engage right there. We jump back in on the long there. In this middle of this part right here, it's just kind of like I can get on the long just in case res is positive. We end up back here, fill the gap and go to highs. We'll see. I don't think this is the big bull rally that everybody wants. I firmly believe we are going to lower lows in the next 2 weeks. My path on this market, I'll just draw it on here. I'll use Nasdaq as an example. But I don't think today is the day that does it, but I could be wrong. So, told you guys I thought we would tap highs and then sell off. It was pretty damn close. You know, I thought that we would like be in here and then sort of like, you know, figure out how the rest of the year plays out like this. I mean, it could go as low as where those liquidity pockets are, maybe even lower low. But I don't think we break this. I think the market's gonna try to find some balance here, but we're gonna keep an eye on tech stocks. You know, your basically usual suspects here. Your Nvidia, AVGO, Google, Meta, Microsoft, and see what they're doing. If they're rallying, then the market's good. But we're not going to break all-time highs to keep going until we start picking up some speed in some of the tech stocks here. So VIX is safely below triple B. So I'm going to use the screen to watch Nvidia. And like I said, this is just where, you know, market's not going to get any confidence in itself until these guys start moving too. So, as you see, as we keep saying, Nvidia and Nasdaq are the same thing, same company, same stock, the same thing. So put Nvidia on a chart, you can see how they look identical. You know, whether Nvidia is tracking the Nasdaq or Nasdaq tracking the Nvidia, who knows? They're tracking each other. Sounds like a toxic relationship, like they're stalking each other. You know, like. Give her some room to breathe, man. All right, here we go. Everybody hit that like button really quick. We're getting started in 9 minutes. Ready to go. I think that because of the low volume, today's probably not the day we sell off, but anything can happen. Just immediately drop it open and fill the gap. We'll see. Gap fill is pretty... Hold on, let me find where it is. Pretty close. 97. Somewhere in there. Yeah, it's right here. I'm just gonna mark it for now because I know that's the old gap fill. We gap fill at the top, gap fill at the bottom, huh? Both sides. Okay. Guys, do your favor, smash the like button. We got a bunch of cool stuff going on here. Bunch of prop deals going on with the partners here. We've got a $100 off FundedNext legacy account. It's 40% off, pretty much for everybody. That makes the 100K account 150 bucks. It's cheapest it ever goes. It's really good. By the time I always let up on those. 80% off evals at Apex. That's pretty big. 40% off TPT. 90% off static and one step with ETF. Static being like the easiest prop accounts out there. MyFunded Future still has that rapid. It's $127 now with 20% off coupon. Rocket Scooter gives you a code on that. Usually don't get discounts anymore. I had a meeting with MyFunded Futures this week. I had a meeting with MyFunded Futures this week about bringing back affiliate commissions to some codes. So that might, I mean, affiliate discounts to some codes. So they took them away. We're gonna probably bring them back. And then 35% off select, 30% growth. So hopefully we can get you guys a discount again. Oh, you deleted some things. Somebody said Virgin alerts. Man. Yet, you know what's crazy? Ever since we got huge, like our stream goes from like, 200 viewers to like 15,000 a day. We're getting occasional weirdos in here. Let them say whatever they want. I don't care. What a lame insult. Oh, it's somebody that has a small, struggling YouTube channel. After 10 years of streaming, you think somebody would get more than 50 people watch them, but that's the reason why. That kind of attitude is what they're like on their stream. I know who it is. Oh, they just got sad. They get mad because they watched me grow so big. Small, struggling P&L. Yeah. Paranoid, schizophrenic weirdos. That's okay. To each their own. I get the last laugh every time I go to an ATM machine, you know what I mean? Their insults hurt me so much. So much. Like I'm a virgin. I wish people had wit these days when it came to like constructing, like ancient, swashbuckling fencers, like from the Princess Bride. Can you like exchange witty tongue? No, these people aren't even clever with their Shakespearean level insulting. People can't even be smart about it. Automating my strategy. This is correct. Yeah, so this is something I would definitely want to do for myself at some point. And the mix of all the different things I'm doing, that is something that's on the list of something I want to do. We open in 4 minutes. Yeah, this year, 2026. So here's 2026. I'm opening a franchise business and I want to put them all over Houston. IDOC is opening one. And we've been talking to some friends of ours who are also investors and possibly buying like the building, the commercial building. And then we all just like going in on this investment, and then we lease from ourselves with our new business. So that's, and then after that, somewhere in there, I'll probably automate my trading strategy so I can focus a lot more on my commercial developments. Like a Monkey Island. Oh, I love that. I love those games. They were so funny. Yeah, everything I've built has been very successful and wildly successful. Rocket Scooter, Rocket Place, a new prop website that I'm building. That's going to be huge. So I'm a little nervous. My first franchise business concept, but we're doing, instead of just doing one, why just do one? We're doing two. We're each doing one. So that's kind of the fun part. One for me and one for IDOC. So we're gonna each try our hand at a new empire. So she's gonna run one whole little empire, and I'm gonna run another, not empire, but like her own little. So we'll see. Let's see what happens. Traded Unite, find work to work 24/7. Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. So this will be my first commercial retail space, if it all goes through. We thought about like buying the building. We have some friends that are commercial, real estate people, and we contacted them. We're like, hey, we got an idea. Y'all want to go in on it with us? Because we don't know, like for our first avenue, we're like, we should get somebody that knows what they're doing. and then we figure out how it does, and then we do our own after that. You know, get someone that knows the game and knows everything, and we bring them in on it with us, and then we learn from them, and then we go from there. Yes, Nasdaq have a good pivot. I don't know, man. I wouldn't ask me. According to someone in chat, I'm a virgin with no edge, but I'm at least $700 richer virgin with no edge. Commercial real estate. I know nothing about it, other than my thought is if she's about to lease a space and I'm about to lease a space, shouldn't we just own the space instead of lease it? That's all I know. That was the idea I had. So I was like, we had some friends. I was like, let's call our friends and see what they think. All right, market's open. We're gonna watch resilience numbers, see if we're good. Excellent. I hate being a virgin with no edge though. Damn. All right, up to the gap fill. The half gap there. Let me take the profit there really quick and watch resilience is negative on Nasdaq. So I'm going to be cautious on this one, even though I don't think we're selling off. Amazing dip buy. MHP, same old. You know, 3 contracts. Just kind of took it to close as much as I could with watching resilience to see what we're going to do from here. I don't think the market's going to sell today, but we'll see. Quickie 2K, volume just exploded. Yeah, well, the market just opened, right? Closed a little early on that one. All right, guys, done for the day. Yep, that's it. That was a good deal. All right. I could hold for a little bit longer, but I think I'm cool. We'll see what happens on the open. Resilience is mad negative, though. What? Okay, let's watch this for a minute. Okay, we did open a liquidity pocket as well. Nice and clean here. Is this selling pressure from here? We're buying pressure from here. 42.50. Okay, we're back to good. We're back to really good today. I like how the day before Christmas, we're back to moving higher. NQ gap fill right here at the top. Basically, trades are, we've got long pressure from here. Looks like I get a non-white. Long pressure from here. Long pressure from here to here. From there to there. Here. Looking solid there. Let's double check monthly maps. We should be good on the maps. I think that we haven't been close to bear territory yet in a while. Can we get some read here? Oh, there they are. They were just slow to load. Okay. Let it back up. Yeah, monthly maps are clean. Nice and strong and bullish as it has been, which is good. This little reset out the door, I think, has a lot to do with. Let's double check our stocks. If we get a tech push today, which would be nice. Apple's still trading down on the gap down, or the flat open. Sorry. Nvidia is up. That's causing that movement. AVGO is up, causing the movement. Amazon is up. So that tech movement, Meta, Tesla, everything just kind of popped really quick. It's pretty good. Now the question becomes, do I want to buy here at the open? Sorry, at the bull zone one more time, or is this market going to fade out and die today? We shall see. We shall see. What do y'all think? Right to close here. Things looking solid here. Resilience is cool. S&P resilience is cool. This could be a long play for continuation. I just don't know, man. The holiday has me a little skeptical. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Is it you guys, just me? Or do y'all feel skeptical because of the holiday? You know what I'm saying? Like, the market is what the market is. I don't let the idea that because it's a holiday coming up, that's going to change my trade path. But S&P is really nice being here at bull zone. With positive res, everything looks good for the breakout possible case. A run to all-time highs. Probably take like a one contract long here. If we dip, I'll grab another and then just call it if we lose the whole thing. I think I really don't want to put too much emphasis on today's movement. On the grander scheme of things, this is a low volume, probably squeeze up into the holiday. You got tech finally moving for the first time in a little bit, which is kind of nice. Nvidia, nice BLD. The problem with Nvidia is that we're kind of sandwiched between the hedge pressures. It would be very rare to break through and keep going. If we did break through and keep going, that'd be hella good. That'd be a really good run. Like Nvidia finally popping out of that resistance, which I don't think we'd have enough power today to do so. So it leads me to believe that, you know, the market may top out here until we hit those resistances there. AVGO inside of there. Bull zone support on Apple. Amazon, solid. Like, hopefully this doesn't like bleed out or fade out. We'll see. Watch today be the day that Nasdaq moves and S&P doesn't. And the funny part. We haven't closed the gap from Sunday, but no, we haven't, right? So that's that would be here on Nasdaq, which would be the 835 at the top. We have a gap from a long time ago, and then we have a gap from recently. So basically, Nasdaq is kind of floating in between two gaps. Kind of a little island, segregated island top sort of area here. Yeah. Pretty solid here on this one. 2-3. Let's put a 2 spot on that one on S&P. Just keep an eye out though for some of your bigger tech stocks that aren't necessarily, you know, like this could be a big fake out today. I'm not gonna lie. Holiday has me nervous. It is what it is, but I'm gonna keep a very close eye on Nvidia. Key level there. Nvidia has a 185 resistance at MHP. And I don't know, man. I don't want to bet that Nvidia breaks MHP and keeps going. We're so dependent on some of these stocks. I don't know. I'm talking myself out of it, guys. You know what I mean? Like, call me an absolute wimp. Although the index has the power to like do everything basically right now. I don't know. That's what is chill. You know what I mean? Low VVIX, but above triple V. No, it's below. It's still below. Still below. Remember, we rolled into a new one. Right. Look, that's suspicion, man. That's suspicion. I have it. We rolled into a new one last week, so we're below 1767 is the new number. You might still be looking at the old one. Yeah, the old one's back here. So 1767 new one. So we are below, which is good, but still, like, you know, I have that suspicion that we'll probably get a little weakness here. Friends, do me a favor, click the like button. Today's the day. 1 out of 3 people do it. So let me make a deal with you, and I'm going to make a deal with you guys. As a culture, let's do that the first thing we do when we land. I don't want to say it every day. I don't want to say it anymore every day. And until we start hitting our targets, I'm going to make it pretty simple. Before market opens, let's get to 500. Let's do that. So I've been kind of like, okay, guys, I'll still do giveaways. You know, I have over like 600 accounts to give away every single month. I'll just make that 0 and just give them away to my friends, and then we'll do it like that. Like, I'll just find somebody that I like and just give them hundreds of accounts. If y'all don't mind hitting me the like button in the mornings, it'd be kind of nice. 1 out of 3 people do it. Let's make it 1 out of 1 people do it. I mean, the goal is to grow the stream bigger so we get more accounts, to grow the stream bigger, get more accounts, bigger, more. We make it a thing. So let's work towards that thing. What do I want to do? Are we pulling back? Are we rallying? Was this a fake out? Pretty cool. Pretty solid. I did have 2 ES contracts. I did close out because I'm watching the key levels here in NASDAQ. 185. And NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA has really strong resistance right here. I'll just mark it right here. NVIDIA. MHP. So if you are a bear, your bet is that we reject off of that. You're checking to see if it's the same guy? Yeah. You know, unfortunately, there's something I'd love to tell you guys a story, but unfortunately I can't, but yeah. But he's in a world of hurt. Because we know who the one troll is, and honestly, don't, as they're watching the stream, don't mistake quietness for weakness. My lawyers got involved a couple weeks ago, so we're about to take a dictionary-sized stack of papers and slap someone in the face with it. It's gonna be really fun. A whole group of people, actually, which is kind of nice. The same weirdo. Yeah, so at that point you'll get to read everything. It'll be on public, but can't say too much. Yeah, been working on it for a while. It'll be a group. It'll be a group of people. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fabricating documents, even all kind of stuff. Oh, it's nasty. Oh, yeah, 100%. Is it other streamers? Yes, it is. You've never heard of them. Nobody has, but that's correct. Yeah. Some people. I guess one person has heard of, one person knows who it is. That's funny. No, it's not. No, I can't say anything. I can't say anything anymore. No, it's not Matt. It's not Matt Kors. No. Oh, it's not Lance. Stop guessing. No. No, these kids are nobody. No, this is deeper than that. Looks like we're running. Well, we've been working on it for a year. That's why it's kind of a thing. All right, here's that NVIDIA sort of area, 185 MHP NVIDIA. I did close out my S&P early, so NVIDIA is at MHP right now. This is a resistance target if there ever was one. Could be the selling point from here. So unless we pick up steam with NVIDIA breaking MHP, this is the local top for the day. What we did find out through a lot of time of research and studying is that you can't hide behind a VPN and evade a judge's subpoena. VPNs, especially US-based VPN companies, are required, and so is somebody's internet provider, are required to participate when served a subpoena. So, like, essentially, what we found out, through this investigation is that essentially you can't anonymously hide on the internet and cause chaos behind a VPN. Eventually, with enough money, you can find anybody who does that. And so, VPN 100% useless, yeah. So that's kind of where it is. You bought a VPN for nothing. I mean, you can hide your naughty sites from your significant other. That helps. But yeah. Yeah. iDoc and I watched the same naughty sites. Duh. Well, looks like I did. I was gonna buy the dip here, and I closed out, just being kind of a wuss about it. NVIDIA at 185. There's its first resistance right here. If there is any kind of rally up to the highs, I have been wanting to sell from here. I don't know if we're gonna get it today, but at the highs, I feel like that's about it. Unless we get some steam in the stocks that I've been watching, the tech stocks. This could be where we turn around. So let's take a gander at this. If NVIDIA is an MHP break, this thing's gonna rocket. I don't want to get on it early though. Let's keep an eye at 185 NVIDIA. Has a clean little run there. Is that the end? 760, is that the one? Let me take a bet that Nvidia rejects MHP. Let me watch it over here just to see. $185. Yeah. So essentially, like I said, Nvidia and Nasdaq are the same. About here. Actually, we got pretty close to it. Same look there. One actually got really close to the high, so it's about, yeah, right about there. Stan about to bring some Nvidia down the chimney. Let's see what happens. Merry Christmas, you guys. You have Christmas plans or what? Let's see how this turns out. If we get that giant rescue candle and they pop the 185, then I'm screwed, but I think that that's it for the year. Do we have a market fall song? I think we do somewhere. Hold on. Did you guys know? Mods, everybody that you ban, it's all a it's all a fake YouTube channel. It's never a real person. The impression is I'm gonna go into Matt's stream with like 10 different accounts, pretend I'm a unique viewer, and then create an atmosphere of dissent. Like, this sucks, this guy sucks, I don't watch this guy anymore. It's the same person doing the same thing. Their goal is to grow their fledgling YouTube channel. They're very small. They've been a thorn in my side for a very long time, and they're about to get fucked by a legal system again. So it's kind of this, it's the same tactics, the same person. It's one person. So when y'all hear that, it's always just one person. So it's always, it's never like, it's always a name you've never seen before, and you go to the channel, there's nothing there, it's empty channel. Started like, you know.
Rocket scooter might just save you from the grave. The chart don't
Somebody said you know who it is? Yeah. Feel free to send me any info that you got.
FOMO in your veins like cheap whiskey flow. I drew the zone, said boy this is the fix. You left it market, now your account's in the ditch. Screaming at the screen, calling it rigged. Begging the candlesticks to forgive. Only one voice cuts clean through the lies.
Old $3,000, $2,000 on that 3 contract spot there. Positive res. Just scalp on that Nvidia rejection at the MHP. Take the profit on that one. That's pretty clean. So it took the long, took the short. Now I'm gonna wait. Positive res allowed me to get out at the QQ close at 690. So I took that here to here with 3, there to there with 2. So it's pretty decent. So these close prices aren't CME closes. Look, this is QQQ's close. So these are your equities closes, which is going to match with the high volume equities close, not the Globex. Good question. GMIRS. So what we do is at 4 p.m. Eastern and 9:30 is we mark the chart on futures where the equities market closed. So this will be the 4 p.m. It'll be like what was futures at 4 p.m. and what were futures at 9:30. Good question. Yeah, we put the words QQQ here, and over here we put SPY. That way it clues you into it being equities. It's hard to convey that otherwise. Yeah, you're right. Reason 5. Yep. That was a good intuition. Like I said, I feel like the market's done. This is the high for the year. I feel like this might be it. And we could sell off really hard today. Let's see what's going on here. Here's another blues song.
I woke up early, charts in my head, dreams of green candles, fears of red. Coffee's cold, but the market's high. I got my eye on the prize, but I missed the shot. Prop firm blues, they're keeping me tight. Risk too high, I'm out by the night. Leverage whispers, but the margin screams. Prop firm blues.
Did we open an LP? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. All right, so here we're looking at this. Market's pushing higher. Off of the LP break, but right, we opened down in here, so we are hitting key resistances, and AVGO is actually selling down below the open. Nvidia is hitting MHP kind of right in this peak area here, which is why I decided to pop a short off of that. Not sure if we have the power to get the market down here, but I feel like we're done for the year. I really do. We're kind of back to that same sort of, you know, it reminds me, it just reminds me of this week here. It's like the same sort of thing. It's not going to sustain large moves until we get the tech stocks moving. It's that same mentality that we've had. And those of you that are trading, remember, like traders, this is what I always have to teach people, is that you don't always have to make a move happen. The biggest mistake most traders make is they're always trying to figure out what's the move from here. When you're not engaged in a trade, it's like you're holding a hand grenade and you've pulled the pin and you're like, where do I throw this? Well, there's nothing. Like, you don't all, just because you have like, you know, a weapon of destruction in your hand doesn't mean you gotta use it, right? You can save it for a rainy day, for the time that you're gonna need it. Like, just like, there's a tree over there. Like, I gotta use it, right? It's not that the fuse isn't burning when it's sitting there. And a lot of you guys sit there, your money's like a burning fuse. It's like burning a hole in your pocket and you gotta do something. So not every single time, you know, you're kind of like, I gotta do something. If I gotta get rid of this. You really don't. And so until you feel that conviction, you don't have to actually do much. The easiest thing to do is to choose to do nothing unless you have strong conviction. I have weak conviction that the market's coming down. Mostly just, and the over kind of arcing view of this is that we only got to all-time highs when tech got to all-time highs. And ever since last round of earnings, we've been selling off in tech. So it's gonna take the next round of earnings to get tech back up to highs again. So we're a quarter away from this market picking up that momentum again. So until then, I don't have to make that, I'd make that determination that we're not gonna pick up any strong momentum. And until I start seeing evidence that people are gobbling up those tech stocks, I don't have to, I'm not chasing highs anymore. You just like a hand grenade. Yeah, like you're ready for your shit just to explode, right? It's kind of the nature of many like a lot of people's trading. Like, okay, market's open, you go. All right. Now where do I throw this thing? It's like before, you know, there's not even a risk to you. There's not even a threat. Market's open. Where do I throw it? I swear, it feels like that. Looks like my suspicions are right. I close out early because I'm not, I don't know. I'm not eager to play longer angled plays in this market until New Year. LP trade, no. I mean, yes, but not for me, right? Today, something feels fishy. Like I said, it feels fishy. I would say that this is the hand grenade moment. It's end of the year. There was a move up, there was a move down, and either one of those was a 100-point move, right? In both directions on NASDAQ, and either one of those was 30 points pretty much this way, and then 20 points this way. Honestly, not investment advice, but if you made either one of those trades and you made something, it's a good time to call it a day. Am I playing any trades? Not anymore, no. Not from here. This is kind of the crapshoot. The question becomes, how do we end up today? It looks like it's trying to crash, right? I'll tell you. This day could just as easily end up there. If you ask me my opinion, I think we are trading down to finish out the year. But maybe not from here. Like, this is easily gonna, yeah, there's an LP trade for sure. PD ratio is solid. I can write a book on that analogy. Yeah. It's very true. All right, I'm ready to do some damage, but sir, there's no enemy here. Take cover, bro. Anybody trading tomorrow? Let's see. Let's see what the hours are tomorrow. Half day tomorrow on equities. Come back Friday for the pre-open. Thursday night, and then Friday morning. That's for futures. So yeah, tomorrow I'll be streaming tomorrow for sure. Play some of y'all songs here. How did we pan out today? I know I just have that. I have that suspicion that with the way that the tech stocks are trading, we're not going to get that upward momentum to break highs. ABGO pulling back a little bit. Nvidia still sort of bouncing here. This was good enough for me, at least for today. It's going to be lower volume today, extremely low volume tomorrow, being a half day. In futures. Oops. No. I gotta work this account back up now. Taking my 20 contract swings at it wasn't the most. Let me see what the plans are today. So he said, why'd I have to ask for likes? No, it's part of its engagement strategy. So, here's how it works, right? Remember when I first started off doing like 10 account giveaways every month? Then the stream gets bigger. Then I show the partners and I go, this is how big we are. Can I get 20? They're like, sure. And then sales go up and I go, now this is how big we are. Can I get 30? Can I get 50? Get it 100? So the bigger we get, the more I can ask for bigger amounts of accounts from our partners. So the goal is, the more you engage with the stream, the more natural impressions we get. You know, we're starting to get like 600 to 1,000 subs a day, which is kind of nice. So we went like, once we pass the 100K mark and then the algo really picks us up. Yeah, my dream would be to give away 1,000 accounts every month at minimum and get 20,000 views a day. That's like the next goal. So when you guys hit that like button and stuff, it really sort like every little bit helps the engagement score so that like more people can show Like we can show our partners and get more stuff to give away. That's like really the reason I yell about it. Not that it matters to me. It's more like more likes equals more money and more things to give away for y'all.
I've been living every day, winning in a day trade paradise. I've been living every day winning.
So this move, and then the pocket move is all that's predictable today. I'm gonna tell you guys, there. I would do nothing else and let that market coin flip settle out. And don't unpin the grenade. I'm here. These songs are in the song submission channel in our Discord. So today, like, doesn't it start to feel like these days that the market's like getting back on path with our normal trading style? So they had pretty good setup today. I think I made like 6,000 bucks. 2 trades, 5,000 bucks, something like that. Video building momentum, yeah. I would say that probably after this, we're gonna spend a lot of time sort of in here, coin flip. Liquidity pocket, nice and balanced. CD is strong, resilience is strong, everything's strong. But I don't think that today's the day we get the big bull breakout. But if we do, we do, right? We're gonna watch NVIDIA 185 pretty close. So if you guys go to Song Submission channel and submit your own AI songs at the first of the year, we're gonna do this really awesome songwriting contest. This will be the 3rd time we've done it. So much fun. We give away so many free accounts. When we come back from the holiday and the new year, I'll make the announcement of who the new streamers are for the channel. We'll have an afternoon streamer and an evening streamer for the Asia session. Sorry. As we get bigger and bigger, we have an Asia session streamer, an afternoon session streamer here. We're gonna have, my goal for 2026 is to have every time slot live. Is it a requirement that the streamers are also named Matt? Yes. Everybody must be named Matt. Now, if you submitted a video and you aren't picked for these 2 slots, it's not because it wasn't any good. We still have you on file because we're going to hire all around the clock at some point. There's a lot that's going into the choice, like availability, style, form, all that stuff. So y'all will have somebody from the community, which is cool. Somebody from the community, right, will be live and on stream. Just, you know, always have somebody to hang out with. Hopefully we can get out of like the slump. Dude, you know what I ordered? I'm such a, hold on. I'm such a, hold on. I'm such an Instagram, like, whore when it comes to, like, I mean, I buy everything on Instagram. And so, you know, everything that comes out that looks cool. You know what I saw? That, like, without even hesitation, I checked out immediately without reading up on it. Look what I bought. I didn't know that there is a 400-page book about Guar, and it's autographed by every member except for Dave Rocky, of course, because he's dead now, but autographed. This is just the regular version. I got the autograph version, like 300 bucks. But dude, okay, like clearly, I don't know if you guys are like metal fans. Like as a kid, I've seen Gore more times in concert than I've seen anybody else. Like when I was a kid, I would go every year. And so there's this huge like photograph book. It's stories from all the members. But the one I got on Instagram was the autographed version. So it's autographed by every member. And I just saw it pop up. And I was like, because they had this art event in LA called Beyond the Streets, but that like they bring these like artists in there. They had one with Shepard Fairey, which is I'm a big fan of his too. But they brought in like all of Gore's like costumes and sets and stuff. This huge event, and then they made a book as like part of the event. And I heard about you know, the event, but I was never like, I didn't know they made a book out of it. But anyways, be like super fun to hear the story because you know they as crazy as it is, you know, people like probably their music was really bad, but as far as like being a kid, it was the most fun I ever had. If you ever went to a Gore show, it's this theatrical sort of experience. They're dressed like these outer, you know, you guys, maybe the older generation remember Kiss, right? Same thing, costumes, dramatic, you know, presentation on stage, fire, you know. And so Gore was like this like comical outer space band of outer space aliens that were trying to conquer Earth, basically. It was like this, they had like this punk rock kind of sound to their music, and on stage they would do all kind of crazy stuff, like, it was all theatrical. So like they would bring out like these giant rubber costumes of things and like decapitate them hilariously, like, you know, theatrically. And I remember they would always like one time they brought Osama bin Laden out there, like, we found the terrorists, and they chop his head off, and there's this thing inside of it, and it's like spewing this fake blood in the audience. So you go to the concert, you wear like a white shirt or whatever, and you come home covered in like sticky, bloody feathers stuck on you. It was really fun as a kid. The mosh pits were pretty heavy too. For like, "Sick of You" was your favorite song. That's such a good song. How old am I? I'm in my young 40s. Yeah. Jack the World, dude. Jack the World was from like the Beavis and Butthead video game, if you remember it from back in the day. I remember there was the level when they finally, at the end of the game, when they finally go meet Gore. And then like Boss X like headbanging in the background and the side-scrolling level. Dude, that was like the shit when I was a kid. Anywho, they actually had a pretty cool story. They had a lot of cool things they did, and but yeah, anyways, I was a big fan when I was a kid. But the amount of sort of like production value for like a band that didn't have big commercial success, they probably lived their entire lives like dirt poor, broke, but had this huge cult following in the metal scene. Slipknot is still the best mosh pit. Oh, dude, I'm pretty sure Slipknot was. I've still never seen Slipknot live of all the bands I've seen. The heaviest mosh pit I've ever been in was Pantera White Zombie when I was a kid. The Pantera pit was the most brutal thing I've ever been in my entire life. Like Midnight's Pantera. Dude, when they played I'm Broken, that was when that album came out. I think it's when that concert came around. The White Zombie too was when they're like their peak as well, and that was pretty legit cool show. Yeah, metal pits are too nice. Punk shows, you're literally like fighting in the pit with people that have like spikes and shit sewn onto their jackets. Oh yeah. Play some more of the music. But anyways, I think it's cool. Like I love books and stories of like the origins of things and like behind the scenes stuff. I think it's pretty cool. Yeah, Gore used to have a giant dinosaur that would come on stage and eat somebody from the audience. It was like, but the funniest part, I don't know if you ever watched Red Eye, which is that show on Fox News. They brought Dave Brockie on as like an interplanetary correspondent. So he would come on Fox News as a correspondent sometimes in his full Guar getup, and they would talk serious issues with him about politics and world events. He would answer them in like such a, I'd play it for you guys, but I'd probably get a copyright strike. We'd answer in such like a comical, over the top way from the perspective of this alien that wants to like enslave all of humanity. So if you go search Guar Red Eye, it's probably the funniest thing you'll ever see. Because all the like Republican, conservative, like Fox News correspondents were like, when he came on the show, it's so funny, dude. Y'all ever saw it? Yeah, it was really funny. It was the best part of that show. The show was kind of boring otherwise. But he came on, like, Odorous came on like 10 or 15 times. And I remember watching some behind the scenes of it. And they were talking about, they asked the host, they were like, so what was it like having him on there? And he was like, dude, I'm going to tell you, that costume was the stankiest thing I've ever smelled in my entire life. That thing was so horrible smelling. I'm sure because they wear it and I'm sure it doesn't get washed that often. Oh, and Empire Records, when Lucas, not Lucas, what's his name? Mark was eating the brownies and he got really high, and then Gore's like, hey, Mark! And they pull him into the TV. Oh, yeah. I remember that. That's my favorite TV shows. Dude, there's a lot. So my favorite TV shows, I would say probably my favorite, and it's such a weird art, like film school answer to this, but I think my favorite TV show was probably Twin Peaks. I like that style of show. Like Twin Peaks was good. Lost was good. Stranger Things was awesome. Breaking Bad was good. I always find myself going back and watching episodes of Seinfeld. I was watching Seinfeld last night. Seinfeld is never not amazing. I like the old Twilight Zones, like the black and white ones. I'll throw those on all the time. You know, like your typical spread of good shows. I like The Sopranos is great. What else did I watch? I actually never saw Game of Thrones, believe it or not. Never committed to it. But I've always wanted to, just never. I think like the reason why people are always like, oh my God, you never saw Game of Thrones. Well, like, let me like preface this. I was like a high fantasy nerd like my entire life. Game of Thrones was nothing special to me. Like it was just like, oh, a high fantasy show on HBO. But I think a lot of people got into it because it was their first experience with like a high fantasy sort of show. And they're like, oh my God, it's the most amazing thing ever. When I first saw it come on, I was like, oh, it's like one of the millions of books I've read and movies I've seen. It didn't seem much different. So I didn't understand it when it started, like what the allure was that made it different than all the other amazing fantasy shows that came out or books. So whenever I was like, oh, this looks kind of cool, I lost interest pretty quick. And I watched a couple episodes, but then as the show progressed, people got obsessed with it. And I think it's just because it was a commercially produced, you know, sort of high fantasy style show. And I think at that time, Lord of the Rings was big and Harry Potter was big. So like common folk had this appetite for like fantasy production, I think. So I didn't know. I mean, like people say it's like the best show ever, but compared to like other fantasy stuff, when I first saw it, I thought it was pretty generic. Like the like themes are pretty common, and I was like, oh, it's pretty cool, but yeah. But as I've seen scenes later on, then I look at it and I'm like, oh, it's probably pretty cool. Maybe I should take a look at it. Like on its own, it's good. Okay. They still killing the main characters in the lore. Yeah, I hear like everybody dies in it, right? It was special because they didn't care about killing the characters. That's kind of the cool. That's like the cool thing though. Like you just basically just like eliminate people till there's like nobody left. That's kind of neat. Very mafia-like. I've seen enough like lately to know that it's good. I just haven't sat down to like marathon the series. I'm thinking like maybe next time iDoc leaves for a month, then I'll probably just do it. With bulls on bottom, do I chase away for the retest when it reclaims? On the retest, right? So now, because we opened inside liquidity pocket, you wait for the retest is what we wait for. Now, NVIDIA has broken through MHP, so like this is what I call the predictable part of today. I personally have no desire. I got this trade. I would have taken this one, but I didn't. This is pretty Rocket Scooter standard, pretty simple stuff. And I'm not going to touch it anymore. I'm pretty much done for the day. It's kind of nice. T on Bitcoin, please. I don't really have anything for Bitcoin, to be honest. Let me look at it though. But yeah, I was a pretty big Bitcoin's flat. There's nothing to say about it. Bitcoin's, I would say, it's not going to rally until the rest of the stock market's rallying. Like, that's how I feel about Bitcoin. The appetite for risk right now is very low in the larger, more solidified blue chip companies. And so people very rarely will chase into, you know, highly speculative things like Bitcoin until everything else is solid. So I would say that in general, until we get the stock market rallying to highs and beyond, Bitcoin might not pick up any momentum just because people aren't going to choose, well, I got some money to spend. Let me go long Bitcoin, but let's not long NVIDIA. You know what I'm saying? People are probably going to usually risk on into the safer stuff first and the riskier stuff later, and then they risk off in the opposite direction. Scrubs. I love Scrubs. Scrubs is so good. Such a good show. Like, what I tend to just throw on whenever I'm just chilling with nothing to do, I'll watch an episode of Seinfeld, The Office, or Futurama, or Rick and Morty. Like, those are like my go-tos. I'll just throw them on. My go-to movie when I have like nothing to watch, like when I'm just like, what, throw something on, I either watch Role Models with Paul Rudd, or I'll watch oh, I Love You Man, which is also Paul Rudd. I guess the Paul Rudd movies are just great to just throw on. We got nothing else. Those are like my kind of go-to comedies when I want to feel good. If I want just a regular movie that I just need a movie that's not a comedy, I'll watch like either the Blackberry movie or The Founder, the one about McDonald's. I love movies like that, or the Jobs movie with Ashton Kutcher. Just like the history of a company. I'm such a nerd for those things. I saw a few episodes of Severance. It's pretty good, but I never really got into like completing it. Oh, new Stranger Things coming out tomorrow. Thursday, I think. Twilight Zone episode with Burgess Meredith. The time-stopping watch was favorite. Oh, that was such a good one. What's crazy was that when they were doing the movie, y'all heard about that crazy on-set accident when they filmed the movie, right? And the movie from the 80s, they also remade some of the old ones. Like in the 80s movie had the Kick the Can, which was from the old series. That was a good one. And they also redid the new God, what was it? Hold on. So they made a new, speaking of Twilight Zone, they came out with a new version of the Twilight Zone recently, and then they had like a toss back to the Canimate, which was one of like the most kind of eerie of the episodes early on. Or if y'all know what I'm saying. I'd hate to spoil it for you, but Twilight Zone was pretty good. Marvel movies, I like a lot of them. I can't even keep up, dude. I haven't even seen all of them. There's so many that come out, I've still never seen them. I think there's still some of the Iron Mans I haven't even seen. I still watch all the new ones, like the multiverse. I watched most of the new ones, yeah. And most of like all the tie-ins to the Infinity Saga, like the early on the normal MCU. But there's just like, we were trying to watch them in order, and I just realized I've seen like half of them. Welcome to Derry is awesome. Dude, I have not seen that, but I'd love it. I'd love to watch it. I like the movies. The Exorcist is a good movie to sleep to. If you want to wake up like floating in the world. You liked Westworld, at least the first season? Westworld first season was awesome. The second season was okay, and the third season was trash. I watched like 2 episodes of the third season. I was like, I'm over this. The crappy part about Westworld, which is like what they did, I guess they didn't think they would get, you know, extra seasons. But the crappy part about Westworld was that they kind of like explored all of this lore in the first season. And I was like, oh, this is like Twin Peaks, like Lost, like all this crazy lore. I'm going to bury myself in like 8 seasons to figure it all out. And then by the end of the first season, they solved it all. They like they were like, oh, this is what it is. Oh, and this is what it is. Oh, we figured it out. And you're like, oh, okay. And then the second season comes out, and in reality, you just have these like androids killing each other. You really don't have any tie to the characters when they can just respawn, essentially. And then it kind of revealed the series for what it was, like really stupid. You just had like literally these android robot things just shooting each other, getting repaired and throwing them back in. And I was like, yeah. And then when the samurai season came out, then they threw samurais in the mix. So you were just like, it would have been kind of cool if there was this like giant like lore behind all of it. I don't know. Oh, Silo's pretty good. If you guys have ever watched the Silo series, there's a book. It's a book series turned into a show. That's really cool. Ex Machina. I've never seen it. Yeah, Silo was chill. Good stuff. Let me see what's going on today. Predictable part of the day, done. Trading day, I would say for now is probably done. I wouldn't be personally trying to do much else from here, but with Nvidia breaking through, I wouldn't be maintaining a short position at all. Remember, what you're gonna do for the next month of your life, maybe quarter of your life, is you will be glued to your major tech stocks, mostly Nvidia and AMD. Like, watch your chip makers and watch your, you know, see what they're all doing. Look at all of your top 10 stocks, Apple's, Amazon's, things like that. Broadcom. And when we start seeing days when all of the tech stocks are pushing, we're going to get that momentum back in the index, despite what everything else is doing. From is greater than Silo. I never saw From. I never saw it. Aeon Flux. Loved it, dude. That was a cool show. Have I seen From? I have not seen From. It's a science fiction horror series about the town that traps everyone who enters, forcing residents to survive terrifying creatures that emerge at night while searching for a way out. Is this not Wayward Pines? That's like the same premise. I loved Wayward Pines. At least the first season was pretty good. I like it. Who made this? John Griffin. Oh, it's got Harold Perrineau from Lost. Walt, where's my son? Sounds cool. Is it different? Okay. But Wayward Pines was the same thing. You wrecked your car and you woke up in a town and these creatures would come out in the middle of the night and... Ah! I thought you were gone.
I'm here. I was just doing my
Okay. I'm gonna definitely watch it. I like Harold Perrineau. He's good. He has a son in this also. Does his son get kidnapped by the aliens and does he yell and scream? Where's my son? That's my son. Walt. Ultra Carbon. Okay. The show is called From. It sounds pretty cool. I like that kind of movie. I mean, M. Night Shyamalan had The Village, right? You lived in a village, and if you left the village, strange creatures would attack you at night unless you wore like a special cloak. And then, yeah, Wayward Pines, you lived inside of this barrier, and if you left the barrier, things would attack you. I guess Stephen King, The Mist. If you walked into the mist, the things would attack you. I mean, I'm a big fan of the things will attack you genre. What's going on with you?
Confirming New Year's plan.
Cool.
So I'll reserve from 7 to 9 for the dinner, family dinner thing, yoga, and then we go off to do our own thing from 9 till forever.
Okay.
Does that sound good? That time sound good?
Hello? Bum, 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 bum. Interesting to see. Today's move looks really strong on some of these tech stocks. Look pretty good. Holding MHP. Holding MHP. Holding MHP. Video breaking MHP. Yeah, this is pretty solid. I think like we might actually go up and get these gap fills today, which is good. Like originally my desire was to hit these levels and then short them big. So I took that tiny short just off of Nvidia's MHP reject, just because they're following each other so closely. S&P has its all-time highs right here. 3 body problem? Is that another show? Dora the Explorer? Is that your favorite show? It's good. Probably a good show. I don't think I've ever seen it.
Really? Oh, because you're a dude.
I think that show came out when I was like in my 20s though. Like Power Rangers came out when I was in high school. I was almost too old for Power Rangers when it came out, but I still liked it because I was a nerd. You know what I'm saying?
This?
Landman is pretty good. Yeah, I've seen some clips of Landman. It looks pretty good. Mystery Science Theater 3000. I used to watch the original on Comedy Central like way back in the day. I know they brought it back. They did a reboot of it. Hey, what's up, Pickle? Sixth Sense is a very cool show. They ended after 2 seasons with a banger. You know what I thought was a really awesome show? There was a show that only lasted for 1 season called The Messiah. And it got like a lot of heat from like fundamentalist groups. It was like of this guy who they said had like magic powers, like the return of Jesus or whatever. And it had all this like mythology built around it. Like, was he real or was he not real? Or was he fake? Was he not? Because like a political drama about what would happen if the Messiah were to come back, or everybody was like hailing him as the Messiah, and he could heal people, but no one had evidence and all this stuff. And it was like a modern, it was so good. And then it got canceled like after the first season. I was like, you know, the whole political drama, because like that's exactly what would happen. You know, it's kind of like that movie, that Don't Look Up movie. When something is in front of your face, there's still gonna be like people, like, remember Don't Look Up was like a parody of like human stupidity, and you know, it's obviously like a propaganda piece, or like, you know, climatologists, climate change people. But anyways, the point was like, there's like a meteor about to smash in the earth and kill everybody, and everyone's like, oh yeah, you know, it's like, what a thing. He's like, no, it's like, we're all about to die. Oh, he's so funny, you know. And they were like denying whatever's in front of your face. So there's always gonna be like this political sort of framework around something like that, where you're gonna always people like, don't believe, don't care, do believe, do care, for something that's such a huge thing. Yeah, because at the end, right, of the Messiah season 1, there was evidence that the guy did have some supernatural abilities, right? So, and you were like, oh. So then I was like, okay, is it real? Is he an alien? Is like, what's going? I was like, this show's getting pretty damn cool. You like the OA? Got canceled without a proper ending. I liked the OA. I hated the girl that made the OA in real life. I thought she was just like this pretentious filmmaker type vibe, like everything I do. She was like the Jack White of filmmakers. Like, he's like, my taste in music is so good, you just want to understand me sort of vibe. Like the ultimate hipster about it. She was just like that. She's like, my stuff is so complex. I know people don't understand it, but it's like, it's just so deep. And I'm like, ugh. Like, your show was good. Stop talking about it. You know, if you call somebody the Jack White of something, there's like a pretty good analogy there. Yeah, that my tastes are just so complex you wouldn't understand when they would tell you that at a coffee shop. So I found her to be pretty annoying, but the show was pretty cool. Also, because Phyllis was in it, and she was pretty cool. How can you not like Phyllis from The Office? But the second season got pretty cool with like that sort of like game escape room sort of vibe. I liked it, yeah, but it ended pretty quick without really kind of exploring everything it could have done. But oh, it's pretty decent. Messiah was so good. I know, right? I feel like that's a show that should have got its chance, but it got attacked by like fundamentalist groups with like threats and stuff. That's really why it got shut down. There were people out there that were like, we're not going to have this. You know, this is some real dark age kind of shit. Like, yeah, so you're a heretic, and you know, we're gonna ruin you financially if you like, you know what I mean? They were getting like threats from like fundamentalist groups and stuff. So they're like, okay, fine, but we won't make this show anymore. They came up with some bullshit reason why they canceled it, but the real reason was they were getting some heat. Blacklist is really good. That's a really good show. I don't get a chance to watch a lot of TV shows these days. Like, I try when I'm going to bed, I like throw something on. But yeah. I think I like anything that James Spader ever did. He just has like he's just got this like special sound to his voice that makes him just sound like weirdly authoritative, you know. Blacklist, yeah. With Robert California. Narcos were good. First 2 seasons. Oh, I forgot to mention Narcos. Yeah, first 2 seasons of Narcos are probably probably of all the TV shows that have been made in the last 10 years, I would say Narcos is I can't believe I forgot it. Probably the best show that's been made in the last maybe 10 years. Only the first 2 seasons though. The like after Breaking Bad, there hasn't been something that's been just such a good like character drama. And Narcos was pretty damn good. Can't believe I forgot about it. Yeah, I've watched like the whole. I've watched it like 2 or 3 times. I tried to watch season 3 at the Cali Cartel. Was not. It didn't click too much. I tried to watch the Mexico one. Didn't really click too much as well. But the Pablo Escobar saga of that is like, it's so good because like his story arc. I mean, just the rise and fall of him. They did a very, very good job. Like you could feel all that tension to the show. It was really good. Better Call Saul. Yeah, Better Call Saul is really great. Also, I've seen all those episodes. When it first came out, I thought it was gonna be very corny. I like Bob Odenkirk. I was a big fan of his ever since Mr. Show with him and David Cross. So I was like Mr. Show cult follower for the longest time. And one of the first DVDs I ever bought was the Mr. Show DVDs. And when Better Call Saul came out, I thought it was gonna be like this corny sort of like spinoff. And it turned out to be a completely unrelated standalone show that on its own was really good too. Ozark was good. I didn't click with it as much though. It was a little like dry and slow for me, but that's the pace that they were trying to create. I saw the first season and then like a little bit of the second one, but I never really connected too much with it. I think I started watching something else. Brock says that Gomez Adams to the Adams Family. Remember me? Wait, which Gomez Adams? Are you talking Raul Julia from the movie? Or wait, I forgot the name of that. It's the show. Are we talking about doesn't Luis Guzman plays him in Wednesday, and then John Aston. So which one? Which one? I'm curious. Raul Julia. He was good, dude. He was a good actor. He was good in I don't know if you guys ever watched or he was Santa Ana. Remember that? I don't know if you guys ever watched a lot of Texas History. And in middle school, well, in junior high, actually, in Texas, you take a Texas history class. I don't know if you guys are from other states and you have like a Virginia history or Georgia history class. I don't know, but there's like a Texas history class that we take in 7th grade because Texas has its like huge, rich history. There's like, we were a country at one point. We went to war all these times. And so we watched the 13 Days of Glory movie. But you've never seen it. It's like a kick-ass Alamo story. It's Alamo. It's got like Alec Baldwin in it. Like, who else is in it? Raul Julia was Santa Ana, which is the president of Mexico, the bad guy at the time, or the bad guy in the movie. William Travis was Alec Baldwin. I remember that. You know, the whole story of like, you know, Davy Crockett and you know, Jim Bowie and all that stuff. Sam Houston. It was a story of the Alamo. It was really corny and cheesy, but you played a pretty good Santa Ana. Yeah, I feel like when you study Texas history, it's like a whole, you know, everyone studies American history in high school and college or whatever. You learn about, you know, colonial settlements, the Civil War. You learn like the whole American history part. But Texas history is like is just as cool of a saga. It's not boring at all. Like, there's a lot of cool history there. The Alamo saga, or the Texas Revolution saga, is pretty cool. You can still visit the Alamo to this day. It's a neat little, like in San Antonio where the Alamo is, they have in the plaza, which is now all commercial with shops and stuff, but they have it marked on the ground where the original borders or the barriers were in the actual mission, where they set up the cannons and stuff, and you can walk around and kind of see where the battle is fought. It's pretty kind of cool. Hold on. Think now would be a good opportunity short? No, I don't think till we get all-time highs. I think S&P is going to approach all-time highs today, which is good. That Nvidia breaking out, it's going to create a little bit of bull pressure, which is nice. We're coordinating our New Year's plans right now. This is pretty good for a sort of recovery day. Like I said, I wouldn't be planning any shorts personally below this current high. Not with the stretch play on Nvidia, like breaking in a MHP like this. Would probably won't hit any resistance on the index. Kind of bummed out that I didn't grab this long, but that's pretty much okay because I don't really believe in a stronger, longer play from here. But I don't think today's the day that I'm gonna try to fade any of this at all, and I don't want to also try to get in on it either unless we just take a quick dive into here one last time. I can try one more time. I think that the play is to the upside from here. MHP and liquidity pockets held like a champ. Like, I'm starting to feel like, you know, the last 2 weeks have been scary in the market as everything has just sort of been failing. Now we're back to normal. Like when everything's just holding like a champ and being pretty solid. It feels pretty nice to see everything back to normal. Texas struggled to be secure and financially stable as an independent republic. This is true as well. Annexation offered protection and a way out of major debt. This is true. Now, had we not annexed within, you know, 50 years of the revolution, we could have solved all our problems with the oil that we found later on in the late 1800s. Boot camp later today? Nah, we're gonna take the holiday off. Between now, we'll come back on Monday. MHP is monthly hedge pressure. It is gamma exposure maximum of dealer options. It's a, you see how there's a really strong pivot and there's really high volume when you tap it. Bum, 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 bum. I'm seeing a little bit of movement on Nvidia. Hourly chart Nvidia is looking really double bottom E. So with this kind of power in some of the tech stocks, today's not the day that the market's going to reverse. The question is, how high is it going to go? Can we use the volume difference of buy and sell for limit orders? Indicator of momentum. I don't think you can, because that fact that a dealer can inject liquidity at any moment, intercepting order flow, and pad the book to grab it. It's kind of hard to see, like, it's not shown. Like quick enough for you to react to it, I guess. Like in theory, it sounds like it would be useful, but also not everybody's revealing their hands via limit orders. So that's another reason that you'd be missing some data. In theory, it should be able to provide you some information. But I've never found success with like trying to find any kind of correlatable like sentiment from that. Like the thing that creates momentum is not people's willingness to want to buy. Momentum is created by people spontaneously erupting and doing something. Momentum would be like mostly decided by market orders, I would say, more than anything. An example would be stop losses. Markets fall through here, trigger some stops, which triggers some stops, which triggers some stops. All of that momentum of forced dumping and selling on the market wouldn't be visible to the level 2. The stops aren't seen on level 2. The market orders aren't seen on level 2. And market makers are jumping in to grab the orders that are being sold. You want to be able to see the market order side of it, which is where the power is coming from. You can only see the willingness to catch it. And so do they stick out their glove to catch it all right here, or spread out through here and it just falls through all the tiers? You can have like a bunch of orders of like one that extend over hundreds of ticks, or 100 orders that extend just at one tick to catch 100 shares being sold. And that doesn't change the sentiment, the distribution. It's one seller and one buyer in that scenario. In that one, let me demonstrate. The reason, the way that I see it, I always answer and say that I don't think so before I explain why. Let me tell you how I see it. There's a market with one seller and a market with one buyer. One seller dumps 100 shares market order. It's a good thought experiment, right? 100 market. And at that moment in time, there is one buyer in existence and they have a bid right here. They see 100s coming through the pipeline, so therefore they need to jump in and put their order somewhere to catch it. In scenario A, they put 100 shares right here. And on the time and sales, you see one transaction of 100 time and sales. Okay. Over here, the same scenario is somebody dumps 100 shares to the market. And the same buyer decides to catch it at different places. They fill out the order like this. They put one contract at 100 places. So on the time and sales, you see 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. In this scenario, the price momentum is how far price moves, but in this case, it's dependent on where the buyer decides they want to buy. So the selling volume doesn't dictate how far price moves. The selling volume dictates nothing on the momentum. So wherever the order gets filled, where the buyer wants to buy from is what ultimately sets the final price as the only buyer. So in this scenario, the larger the order you see, the less momentum you have. And the more distributed that same order becomes, the more momentum. So in reality, with what you're asking is that, can we determine a difference between here and here, but can we draw a box and say that one seller is here, or one seller is split over multiple buyers? In this scenario, if you can differentiate inside of the time and sales, aha, here's a big order that was split amongst a bunch of buyers, then that would be what indicates the momentum. So the idea becomes, in reality, to answer that question, if you had a way to watch the time and sales and determine that one order gets chopped up into a bunch of pieces, then what you've determined is a base state of illiquidity, right? Because you found out that the market's not liquid enough to handle. Again, I'm just like word vomiting here with like my thoughts. I don't have any indicators I'm talking about or anything. I'm just kind of looking at this, right? So what you're looking at is if you can determine that one market order was split into a bunch of pieces, then you determine illiquidity. The problem is that you cannot see this. That's the missing component. That's why I was saying it's hard to do, because you can see the time and sales, but you don't know if this is 101 contract orders or 100 orders split 100 times based on the one buyer. Because you can't see this, but Citadel can, you can't use cumulative delta and things like that to make the determination of momentum. Because you don't know the size of the original order. You can only see the resulting fills and the time and sales. Does this make sense, everybody? So cumulative delta will tell you this side of things, but it won't tell you the order that was sent. You only can see the orders that were filled. So an order that comes through and hits that market maker order flow routing black box portion, you only see the final destination on the time and sales. So unfortunately, because if you were able to know the size of the order coming through and then how it was chopped up, then you'd be able to determine illiquidity. In this scenario, if I had the way to see 100 shares were dumped and it's spread out over 5 ticks, damn, that's a lot of momentum. It's illiquid to the buy side. But because I don't know of any way, again, I don't know, maybe you guys know, a way to see to see people's market orders before they were filled, the intent. Hi, I'd like to dump 1,000 shares, please. All we see is how it was bought up, right? Does this make sense, everybody? Am I making sense to you guys? Somehow I always try to explain my thought process, how I think of stuff. So time and sales is not the original market order, right? It's how it was bought on the other side. So an example is like here, like if I were to open time and sales, all I'm seeing are the fills. Like these batches of 1. Are each of these just one seller or one seller of 1,000 chopped up into 100 pieces, right? You only see the intent. You don't see the intent, you only see the fill. So if you could see the size of the order as it hits the sort of black box area, and then you were to see the fills, comparing the two, you would be able to build a powerful indicator to determine the willingness of buyers to absorb the order flow. And the other way, on the other side of the coin for the long side, right? So I would think, like, if you're scoring very hard, yeah, like, can we, are you trying to say we can't see spoofing orders? I don't know. I don't know a lot about that. I'm asking you guys. That has nothing to do with the spoofing. The idea is somebody said, could we use the level 2 to determine momentum? And the answer is it's hard to, because you can't see the size of the order coming through. You only see how it was filled once it's chopped up. So how do you see a market order of the seller intent? Like if I have a stop of 500 shares and my stop is triggered and I dump 500 to the market, you don't see that Matt Cowart had a 500 sell order that hit the market. All you saw was whatever ended up on the time and sales. Oh, there's a buyer of 200, a buyer of 100, and 4 buyers of 50. And my order, you don't know where I am in that time and sales. You just see a bunch of small buyers that gobbled it up. So how do you see the original market order? How do you see it? That's my question. How would you see the original order? I'm not asking like theory. I'm saying where can you see it now? Like, where can I acquire that data, the raw data? The stop doesn't get chopped up? Yes, it does. Your order goes as a market order and hits willing buyers. If there is 50 buyers here and 100 buyers here and 250 buyers here, and I dump 500 shares to the market, then the time and sales will say 50, 100, and 250. Because the transaction was routed to each buyer. You only see the transaction. You don't see the order that I sent. This is not visible in the time and sales. Only a transaction. The buyer and seller matching an order is what you see. So my question is, where do you see this from? Where would you see this? That's what I'm asking you guys. So if this is the bid, right, bid, this is what I'm trying to say. The bid is here and that's the level 2, and I dump 500. You who don't know anything about this, watching the time and sale, never see 500 coming through the pipeline. You will see 50, 100, and 250. You will see just the orders getting filled. If, let's pretend there's no market makers, no injection, nothing. Just straight up bid and ask, right? So the MBO data, right? So we would have to pair the MBO data with the level 2. And how do we get the MBO data? Yeah, we could. I'm saying if we have the MBO, that's what I'm asking you guys. Because that will have like iceberg orders and stuff in it. Well, they have everything though. Hold on. Let me think if they have everything. So if we were to pair MBO data, yeah, and then we compare it to the broken up volume, then you'd be able to build a very sophisticated illiquidity indicator. Yeah, like I've never explored this. So this is like, imagine you're talking to me, somebody that's never looked into this and knows nothing about it. I'm exploring it purely from like a top-down CEO level, my understanding of how things work. My first question is, what data is, remember, anytime you build something, let's make a scope, right? What data is available? Are all pieces available? And then how do we build it? So we're trying to talk about building a momentum indicator based off of MBO. So whoever says, explain what the fuck your point is. We've built some of the most sophisticated tools in trading. Now we're having a conversation about building another one. So sophisticated, in fact, we just made a deal with NinjaTrader and Trade8 to get our stuff in their platform natively via API, which gives us credit as being one of the only firms in the world that's been able to do that. So let's make some more cool stuff. I like this discussion for sure. Let's think. Rhythmic offers MBO data, but does the MBO data contain all physical orders or not? That's what I don't know enough about it. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not going to pretend that I know something I don't know. So if like in the scenario I showed, if you dump 500 shares, will the MBO say trader A with a timestamp dumped 500 shares here, and traders B, C, and D gobbled it up here, here, and here? It's like an extended time and sales that shows both sides. If that's the case, you can make a very powerful tool, like an oscillator in a way. So what you would do, and I'll tell you guys, this is exactly what you would do. The way you would do is you would take something that looks at the size. So we'll call it like this. This is how I'd create it, right? You would say order size. Let's call it A, right? So when an order size comes in, variable A, you can do it a couple of ways. Number one is you can see the ratio of A to number of ticks in any given time. So if A is 100 and it moves 4 ticks, that's going to be more liquid than if A is 100 and it moves 10 ticks, right? So as that ratio becomes smaller, the momentum goes up. So you could build an oscillator off of that ratio, where that ratio is really low, and you can always invert it just if you want it up means up or whatever. The lower the number, meaning the further a single order stretches the price, the closer you are to zero, the higher the momentum. You can build something like that. So per order, how far it moves the market. You can also do like sort of like an average. Say like an example is if you have an order size of A come through and it's filled across 5 orders of size, you know, 10, say A was 100, right? And it filled tiers 10, 20, 50, and 20. It chopped it up in 1, 2, 3, and 4 tiers. And you found some way to create like where was that average fill? The bulk of the fill was actually 3 ticks lower. And then you can have like a per 100 shares sell, price will move 3 ticks. And then you can measure the current cumulative volume per minute and forecast, you know, about how far the appetite of buying would be as order flow comes in. Create an oscillator that way to read real-time order flow and project about how far it can move based on current liquidity. But the problem is, though, is that you're missing a whole lot of data, which is people's intent to jump in here. You don't know how many people hiding in the sidelines are like, I can't wait to buy 1 million shares here. You won't see it until the order comes through. So as far as projecting like long-term out, it'd be very hard to do because you don't know how many people are like, I can't wait till it hits 25,730 because I'm going to buy everything that sells. You won't be able to see everyone's intent down there. But in like a short momentum burst, you could be able to create some kind of thing that says, holy crap, every 100 shares that are sold, market's falling 2 cents and volume right now is 1,000. And then volume the previous minute was 900. And you can maybe project distance. It'd be a very weak indicator though. But the other one sounds pretty cool. Like how much the volume's expected to move the price. If you compare the two together, like a more complex cumulative delta sort of indicator. Yeah. Kind of cool. I would say so. Yeah, like how much the supply hits the absorption. The one thing is that intent is not shown in that. And therefore, an indicator of that type would require you to see everybody's intent. So the question becomes, how will spoofing... Yeah, we'll do giveaways in a little bit. How will spoofing mess that up? Right? So it probably won't if you're only looking at the orders getting filled. Spoofing won't show order that isn't filled, so maybe it wouldn't matter. I guess it would be pretty clean because you're only releasing the orders getting filled. People, the level 2 won't matter at that point. Only what matters is the order getting filled. So whether people inject or spoof or whatever wouldn't matter because the order getting filled is the reality. Yeah, as we're discussing what a good momentum order indicator would be on, you know, how much brute force market order selling, how it's absorbed by the other side of the market, and same thing for buying. So like, and it could be represented like when you trade the market, you can feel it, right? Do you ever notice that if you ever pretend you like short the market and the market's trickling up against you, right? You're reading the market and it seems to just like go down a little bit with lots of order, and then all of a sudden one tiny order jumps it up and it pisses you off. It's been you guys, right? You'll see like, you're like, man, I can't wait for the market to come down. And then the time in sales, you'll see like 10 contracts at one price, and then 10 contracts at another price, and then 10 contracts at another price, and then 4 contracts, 1 tick a pop to get you right back to there. Do you guys feel, you know what I'm talking about, right? 4 contracts come through, even though the ask was 10, each trade moved it up 1 whole tick, and you're like, what the hell? There's like no volume pushing it up. There's a lot of volume pushing it down. So would there be a way to create an indicator to detect that the natural instinct is like raise price if any buyer shows up, but hold price steady and absorb all the sellers? And clearly in that environment, there is somebody buffering the bid to absorb all that selling, but there's nobody selling to absorb all the buying. So when there's a buyer in a strong bull market, nobody wants to pad to sell or short there. So if they're like, oh, you want to buy 4, then I'm gonna buy it really high. So is there a way to see that activity and just have like a basically an indicator that's like red light, green light? Green light means buy programs are activated to push, you know, to essentially pad the bid, and red light means sell programs are activated to pad the ask. That'd be kind of cool. Like to detect that environment. Like when you trade overnight, you notice it a whole lot, right? Is there a Rockseer trading bot in the future? For myself, probably. Yeah, like I want to automate some of this for myself. But as far as automating for you guys, my exchange agreement with the CME won't allow me to create automated trading system to redistribute and sell with our current arrangement with them. To create like an automated system for public consumption and purchase goes through a lot of extra hurdles, registrations and legal hurdles. So the only reason, some of the things is we can't currently do it. We could reapply to the CME group for that kind of license for us to create like an application for a firm's internal use for automated trading, which will probably cost a whole lot of money for us to maintain a license like that. But then we have the liability of automating trading for you. So then we have to go get licenses and become licensed professionals, investment advisors or commodity trading advisors to be able to even do that. And then we take the liability of if your trades don't play out, then, you know, we could be responsible for it. And so we would just choose not to take the liability to begin with. So the answer to that question is because of all the issues that could come with it, we actually chose not to pursue the path of automating anything for you guys. But we could allow in the future you to create your own automations. And we'd have to just upgrade our license with the CME group. This is what HFT firms are doing for years. Yeah, 100% what HFT firms do. What I'm trying to explore, what Alding Zine is saying. Like the question becomes like, off on the retail side, do we have that available technology to be able to see what they see before they act on it? And I find it hard to believe that we would be able to get one leg up on the HFT firms because on the retail side, we're not able to see that order intent before the order is filled. There's no way. I mean, these guys got like, you know, they got fucking radio tower antenna on top of their building across the street from the exchange, right? They begin the data fractions of a millisecond, even speed wise. Like there's no service that would communicate information to us faster than those big firms would get it. So yeah, fiber optic, maybe. Yeah, maybe so. Could I create a webhook version? If you're talking about automated trading, no, we wouldn't do it. They like hardwired to the market. Yeah, dude, they got like, they're like literally, they got like 0 ping, bros. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. on. GPT says you can't get the info. Oh, dang. Well, you did that as a ticket broker. You like rented an office in LA near Ticketmaster server so you can get like right there and get the first one in. So smart, man. All right, now the question becomes, what do we do at S&P all-time high today? Is there a play? Are we back to bull market, baby? The front month contract all-time high, S&P 69.54. Nasdaq's sort of like gap fill area is that post-Fed day here, 835. 835 here and here. ChatGPT lies. ChatGPT has some problems sometimes. Right. Think we tap the all-time high today and then drop back down maybe tonight? Maybe so, yeah. Maybe like later tonight? Like overnight? Just a nice little run up here on AVGO. People are really jumping in. Nvidia on that MHP break really got some solid play on that too. Damn! Originally when I popped that short, Nvidia, like I said, when you break through Nvidia, you don't want to really fight this a lot. And you can see with this sort of curved, you know, this curvedness here, this is definitely short squeeze. All right, guys, man, there's like a very, like everybody's on vacation today with like such a low turnout. So it means higher probability of you guys winning the giveaway today. Curious if this pops up and taps up. Type PDF in chat. Let's talk about our prop deals from our partners going on right now. Bleach Trade Funding right now. First giveaway sponsored by them is going to have a 90% off one step, which is their kind of like Apex style account, end of the day, trailing intraday drawdown. And then 90% off the static, which is the easiest account of all the prop accounts out there to pass, is the static account relative to the other ones. 90% off is also really nice for the type of firm that you only really pay when you pass, which is kind of nice. So like, you know, what's crazy about certain prop accounts is you're going to pay money and then blow up and pay money and blow up and you're paying the full amount. But the other model is you pay really small amount for the evals. You're talking about like 10 or 20 bucks a pop, and then you only pay the activation fee once you pass. For people that are still practicing and kind of getting the hang of this, it's like the cheaper way to play. What's a great end of the day drawdown direct to funded account? ETF has one and Tradeify has one. They're both really good. To you guys a little teaser, as you guys may have heard, Apex is coming out with a direct to funded account as well. It's been announced for a little bit, but I got a little more information about it. They don't know when it's coming out. Soon is all we know. And soon could be like early next year.
Hi, my name is Dave. And
I caught the dip. Oh, there's no My Funded TV today. What am I gonna do, guys? What am I gonna do for the rest of the day? Maybe just stream with y'all. Heart skips a beach. Looks kind of neat.
No confirmation, no real bias, but I hit long. Now I'm red in the face. Summer was thin, tape was slow, but something inside said, bro, just go. 20 handles later, it dumped on me. Should have waited for the MHP. Welcome to Knife Catchers and
Wrong trade, Jim. Congrats. All right, like I said, discount going on right now at the ETF. 90% off. Pretty good. We're gonna have giveaway bonanza in a month, and I mean at the end of the month, biggest giveaway we ever do is the end of the month. All right, guys. Let's talk about our friends over at Apex tossing us a bunch of accounts to give away to check out. Apex giveaway account is fantastic because you can use it for any account, any size, anything. So have fun, pick whatever you want. That's really cool. Like I said, Apex is starting to modernize and reform like a lot of their rules and setups, and in light of like the way everything has been, right? People used to like hail Top Step as untouchable, right? And even Top Step is having problems right now. Every firm out there is going to have its own flavor. And in light of like what's going on, it's hard to find a perfect prop firm. I'm starting to find out. I would say the only firm out there that I know, firms out there that I know that my friends and myself and others are getting big payouts at, We're gonna be Funded Futures, Apex, FundedNext, and take profit. And I've seen enough people get big payouts to know it's a great place to be. And even seeing Top Step shit the bed these days. It's crazy, right? Anyways, Apex, fantastic experience when I traded with them. No issues, no payout issues, nothing. Offering a ton of accounts to give away on stream to sponsor this, and really excited for hearing you guys' feedback of the modern Apex. How are things these days? I'm curious. So let me know as you're trading with them these days what's going on. Always let us know. Type it in, Apex in chat. It's not crazy with Top Step, right? I was whistleblowing on it a long time ago. If something was gonna happen, you could see it. When nobody bought into that SRO idea, you knew things were gonna go bad. And we didn't know they were gonna kick everybody off the platform. Build a platform, invite everybody on, now tell them you're gonna follow our rules and we're gonna make a regulatory organization. Everybody says, fuck off. And they're like, fine, we're gonna take our ball and go home. You're off the platform. Like, you only empower your competitors to control them. And then when they tell you no thanks, and then they took all your market share, and they took all your affiliates, then they grew and you didn't. And then you gotta, oh, we knew that was gonna happen, didn't we? All right. Ready, set, go. 3 Apex accounts of any size. And I never had a problem with the firm other than the fact that the firm trolls every other firm for the things that just happen to them. It's a big old dose of karma. If it was the other way around, they would be making fun of everybody else. So maybe they'll be quiet from here on out. The cockiness will go away. Yeah, Red Bull was the first energy drink, mass marketed, I get it, but it's not the best tasting one by a long shot. Can't ride that way forever. Rajanajim? Rajanajim? I'm not saying that right. I know I'm messing that up. I like Celsius. Like, that's my flavor. One thing I haven't done is trade Apex on stream. Or take profit. We can do that next. All I'm gonna do on stream is whatever brings the viewers, whatever people wanna watch. I feel like more people enjoyed watching prop firm trading than live account trading. Liquidity. We haven't heard hedge pressure resilience in a while. Supporting the bull zone. Man, I'm sorry. I went to work out yesterday. So I got some callbacks. C Kennedy 2287. I got some callbacks recently from the two. So we're trying to franchise some bit. We're trying to like expand beyond what our normal empire is of our, you know, what we normally do over here. Trying to expand to other areas, just diversify, do other stuff. So we're gonna franchise a couple concepts and bring them to Houston from other places. C Kennedy, there you go, there you go. Congratulations, you're Apex first winner. The concept, custom fitness concept it's pretty much a go. Like, we've got our next conversation. We spoke with the, I say affiliate, the franchise director, or director of operations, franchises, whatever. And they really like us, and they're going to patch us through to the actual CEO and owner for the next round. And this might actually be a go faster than I thought. Like, it is a very quick build out, like very, very quick and very cheap too. Not cheap, but like what I thought it was going to be. It came in to be about like 60% of what I thought it was going to be through my estimation. So it turns out we were talking yesterday, should we do 3 at once? But we've never done anything like this before. How hard it would be to open up 3 locations just to get a better deal and run them. Oh. So anyways, 77M1, congratulations. C. Kennedy, congratulations. And one more. And then my idea, the escape room company that I want to bring to this area of Houston. They're busy, or they're the guy I talk with, they can't do enough. We can't meet up until like beginning of next year because the holidays, so they're all busy. So that's a little more costly. So anyways, news on that front. I'm always get some project. If I'm not building a fence in my backyard, building a wall in my living room, I'll be building out an escape room, the fitness thing. I'm always gonna be building something. I'm always gonna be an engineer for the rest of my life, I guess. Nico. But our goal with the fitness thing is that it doesn't exist in Houston. So we want to be the people that own all of them in Houston. Like, that's the possible goal. But we'll see. Maybe just 1, but we were like, maybe we should do 3. Nico, type something in chat. You are the winner. Congrats. All right. Before we go on to our next giveaway, let's talk about our prop deals we have going on with our partners. Guys, don't forget, the more you use the Rockseater code, we are growing, the fastest growing stream on YouTube. We're about to cross the threshold of 100,000 subscribers. We get 15,000 to 20,000 views on this channel a day. And the last year, we have exploded many thousands of percents of growth. Thank you to all the different folks that are joining our team. The Rockseater community has been growing. Our boot camp's the biggest we've ever had. We just struck a deal up with NinjaTrader to put our tools in their platform. Lots of cool stuff going on here. It couldn't be any happier. That being said, as our prop partners are concerned, we are always being given a lot of really cool perks to give to the community. As long as you're a member of this community, we do giveaways every single day. I'm about to do another one in a second. The bigger we get and the more you use our code, the more I turn around and go ask these prop firms to give me more accounts to give away. I could be like, you know, your other type of influencer to go, well, I'll talk about your firm if you give me $100,000 a month, and I could go buy luxury cars with it and rub it in your face and have a wonderful, fantastic time. Instead, I choose to negotiate with them and say, if you want me to talk about your firm, you can give me 100 accounts to give away a month, and I'll give it to the community. That's how I am with this. So the bigger we get and the more you use our code, the more I will leverage that to get you guys more accounts to give away just for fun. Y'all can try out their products. With that being said, friends, one more thing about Apex. Their deal they have going on right now is 80% off the evals and 50% off of the lifetime activation fee. So this is the time when they have their sales to load up on the evals, and then, you know, the activation fee being at price makes it fairly cheap to do it. You can get your evals for like 15, 20 bucks a pop. All right. Ready? Get set. One more. Now I got a message to read about FundedNext while we're sitting here. And FundedNext will be the next one we'll do. So they want some clarification on their new live program that they said they came out. So let me see if I can find it real quick. So FundedNext's new live program, right, was kind of hard to understand. when it first came out. And it brought a lot of confusion to people because it's very messy on how they communicate. They've always been messy. And it's just like this side of the group does this one thing, and then tech support doesn't know what's going on. Customer service doesn't know what's going on. The affiliates know what's going on. They didn't like sit down with us and coach us like, hey, by the way, this exact date, this is happening, whatever. They just kind of like didn't talk to us too much. So we didn't know what's going on. Live program was introduced like in May. In August, the rules of the live program changed, and no one we knew went live, so we didn't think they had a live program. We were like, okay, nobody goes live. It's just sitting there and is a maybe. It's still uncapped payouts. And all of a sudden, people started getting pushed to live. Probably just in the interim, they were getting it set up. You can't just open up the doors and be a live program. You have to get all your agreements, exchange agreements, CME agreements, all that stuff set up, brokerage agreements to be able to start your live broker. So I feel like they built the live program, and then, or they put it in their FAQ, but they just didn't have the capacity to kick people live. They always meant to have it. And then as soon as they got everything approved and set up, they just turned it on. And then tell everybody, hey, by the way, we're turning it on. They're like, we always had it. But they weren't pushing people live even though they had it. So it was kind of like this weird gray area. Anyways, with that being said, they settled out on, okay, oops, we didn't really communicate it this well. This is really what the live program is. So while they were getting it set up, we had the perk of uncapped payouts, full profit split, everything. We all know it's a loss leader campaign. We're not gonna pretend like we're stupid. And then they tightened the rules a little bit, which is what's gonna happen with every major firm. So now, what's gonna happen is the live program, they told me, they said, okay, this is what's going on with it now. Traders keep 100% of their earned share with 0 forfeits. So I guess it's the 80% of your share, no forfeits when you go live. The reserve continuously refills the trading account. A maximum loss limit 80% of the live deposit before the first withdrawal. And that's it. So essentially the live program, I think it's after 100K. And he didn't tell me all of this. It's all he said. So basically they're having a reserve. Let me read up on this real quick. Hold on. I think it's still 100. Like I said, the text doesn't have everything in. Okay. So eligibility for review. When you hit the qualification of 100,000 in total active profits across all active accounts, which is you have P&L of that much sitting there, or even your payouts that you've accumulated thus far with that much sitting there. Total active profits include withdrawals plus current simulated profits. So once you have a $100,000 balance, you can be considered for a review for live. Not guaranteed, but you will. You also can be considered review before reaching 100,000. Once selected, your sim trading phase ends and your transition to real capital live trading. All sim accounts are closed and your total simulated profit is converted into eligible profit, which is then distributed into 3 components. Number 1, a settlement withdrawal, 50% withdrawal of all your profits, so you'll get 50% out. Then a deposit, 25% goes into the thing for trading, and then the other 25% goes into their reserve. This is the same thing as the ETF sim bank, okay? So what this does, and again, traders flipped out and were like, they stole my profits because traders don't read. Let me read it for you. The reserve system is a pool, a refill pool from your eligible profit. It automatically adds funds back into your live accounts every time you withdraw, helping you sustain your trading capital. So it's the sim bank from ETF. And traders didn't understand that when you would go live and they would take money and put it in a bank and feed it to your live account, which means nothing is forfeited, right? So with that being said, that's the answer there. So just reading out a new announcement is that whenever they have or just to kind of like reinform you guys of the reserve plan that they have. Okay. Cool, cool. All right. Anyways, so FundedNext live program, that's just to clarify what the live program is all about. Treat FundedNext very similar to what you have with My Funded Futures. You can take up to like 100K cap payout in the pro account. And then from there, right, you can go live. It's pretty much the same as the majors now. I wonder if I want to short it all-time high or not. Maybe on the NQ gap fill. What do you guys think? We are getting so close to it. For daily payouts, different firms, you have My Funded Futures, Tradeify, and Take Prop, and all have the daily payout thing going on. It's all really good. Okay, spinning the wheel here. Got a nice little monkey paw song going on here. Why do I have this like suspicion that tomorrow we gap down, or tonight we gap down in futures and just start trading lower after closing high today? We're 50 points from all-time highs on S&P. Well, on the front month contract, actually, hold on. I think we're there. On the front month contract, the all-time high was right here at 53. This is it. Now SPX, let's see where the SPX all-time high is. SPX all-time high is a little bit higher. 69.20, and we're currently at 6,900. So about 20 points away from the SPX all-time high. Hey, Farina, congratulations. Yeah, remember your friends when you have $1 million payout coming out. Traders win. Blue ball. Got 3 of you guys. All right, congrats, congrats. All right, winners. Do me a favor. Go to Discord. Link is in the description below. In that link below, go to the contest channel in the Discord. Talk to an admin named Slack. So you have 1 hour to do so to claim your prize. We will give you a free account. Congratulations to the winners. ETF, FundedNext, and Apex going on today. Apex is having a fantastic 80% off sale. FundedNext is 40% off of their legacy 100K. That's where I got my big payouts from. I've managed to milk, let's see, if I add up everything, I've taken over $350,000 of payouts this year from FundedNext. Before they capped it with the live program, but in the meantime, it's my biggest sort of like payouts from a prop firm, which is crazy. Yeah, I had 120, then I took out 60 more. Like I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be going to live pretty soon. Anyways, great programs here. Message Slacks the admin in that contest channel. Let him know you won the contest by sending a screenshot of your YouTube ID from inside your account that we know that it's you. And then he'll hook you up with everything. Make sure you already have an account with ETF or FundedNext or Apex. In the meantime, and that way it's easy for us to get it to you. And then give them the email ID of that account that you have with those firms. So congrats to the winners, y'all. Very, 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 very cool. We're glad to offer you guys some cool stuff. Like I said, the more you guys use our code, if you use our code and buy over $1,000 worth of prop firms with our code over the course of a month, you enter into a drawing for Rocket Scooter Lifetime, which is a $4,000 soon to be $5,000 prize, as price is about to go up on that as well. Free access to the software, the platform, education, everything, Discord, and Bootcamp for life. So anybody that has entered or used our code with the partner firms, we got that going for y'all as well. It's a birthday gift. Happy birthday! By the way. Giuseppe's birthday. Happy birthday, man. You say ES all-time high at 7011? I've got 6954. Where are you getting 7011 from? ES? The November contract. Wait, where? Where was it 7011? Yeah, October 29th, though, at the time, it wasn't 7011, though. When the front, if you're talking about the front month contract, the high was 6950. ESH. Or no, ESM5. Oh, they're already expired. I don't think you can pull it up anymore. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's 25. H25. That would be... So that was before. Let's do M. Yeah, M never made it to 7011. M made it to 6237 when it was M, but not when it was the front month. See, when you're looking at it like on the continuous, so hold on, look. There's a million ways to say what you're saying. Okay, start over. There's no such thing as ES all-time high unless you compare every high from every contract. ESM contract actually peaked in February at 6225. Like, that's even higher, right? So what you have to do on the continuous contract is it looks at the front month when it's the front month. That's kind of the thing. That makes sense? So on the continuous contract, M25 here, that's June, and let's look at September. What is September? I always forget. It's on V. Hold on. It is U. Sorry. U. U never made it higher than that either. 66, 60, and some change. Z made it to 69.53. So it depends on like where you're measuring and from when. So the weird thing about like all-time highs, the correct, again, technical analysts are gonna like, what's the right all-time high, right? Technically speaking, the all-time high was here. This was actually much higher, right? I think it was it higher? Maybe it wasn't higher. No, it was 60. I don't remember what it was. Yes, M25 or 25. Made it to 62.64. So that is not close to all-time highs, no. So what you have to look at is what the highest high was, because when you're looking at the front month, it might, like the daisy chaining of the front month may not include like previous highs of previous contracts. When you're looking at the continuous contract, it's just showing the front month when it's the front month. So I don't know where you guys are getting 7,000 on S&P futures, but when March 26th front month is here, has never hit has itself hit 7,000. That's what you're looking at, I guess, right? Oh, I didn't look at March yet. Sorry. So that's where you're getting it from. You're getting it from here. So with that being said, it just depends on where you draw the line of rollover. So its contract is the true all-time high of S&P futures. Yes, but that's also including a time when there's a bit of contango built into that contract relative to itself. Yes, it's not at all-time highs yet. Relative to the current spot month, that's the all-time highs on spot month. So you guys are correct. What you're calling 7011 is the high, all-time high period ever achieved, and it was achieved by this contract here. Yeah. So when you guys are saying all-time highs, make sure that there's two different ways to say it. In reality, the all-time highs of the spot month, or really the month that you're trading at that moment in time, has never hit that high. When March hit that high, you weren't trading it. At any given time, any contract could technically be higher as well. Like we can probably look at June. Like, let's look at June, right? And June's contract has even been higher. It's 70-40, or maybe it's not as higher, but different contracts. You can go as far out in the future as you want and see if what those highs were. You know what I'm saying? The point I'm saying is because of contango, they're all trading in different places. As a matter of fact, U26 right now is actually trading at 70.38 already, right? So which is even higher than this. So in reality, even June of next year has peaked at an all-time high that's even greater than this, right? Because of contango, you can't really consider that high as the high that matters though. So in reality, this contract trading with itself has an all-time high here according to itself. Now, as a technical analyst, do you consider this to be the high? Or do you consider this to be the high? And in reality, there is no right answer, and there really is no highest high unless you're watching all contracts at once to know what's going on with the highest it ever has been. So because of contango and backwardation, the highs are relative for future dates. Because it's trading on the futures at that moment in time doesn't mean that that's the value of the S&P at the moment in time. It's the value projected of that S&P at that moment in the future based on that contract. But the way I like to consider highs is relative to the spot month, because that's what's more accurately tracking the SPX itself. So if you do the SPX next to itself, one could argue like what's the correct high. I always like to use the spot months because that's the one that's most closely accurately representing the S&P. So the SPX all-time highs is about 23 points higher than here. So it's not much further off from this. So you got like three highs to look at, right? SPX high, front month high, relative contracts high. There, you should use the index for a true all-time high, as somebody said. Probably the more accurate and the most accurate thing to do is the index itself. If that's kind of like what you're trying to like make a chart. The problem is though, the index is not tradable. So it doesn't have technical support and resistance because it has no volume. So that's the weird part too, because you would expect sellers here psychologically only because there are no sellers here. You can't sell an SPX. So the thing that has actual tradable volume is probably where that buffering will be. So in reality, there really is no true answer to where you would mark a resistance. That's the only reason I have this conversation. My true answer would be to probably mark a resistance from the technical high of the front months when they're trading, because those people that shorted here rolled over, and that contango should be built into their short or not. So the relative difference between the two would be probably where the high would be. On the contract sense, therefore, you would not use the spot month or the continuous contract. If you want to do technical highs, technically speaking, you should use the contract itself. So the answer being these are technical highs for this contract. So if you can see, the H26 has a gap down just the same as NASDAQ did, right? To fill at 69.84. So then you got like, this is the, you know, again, I wrote all-time high here, but it's not like really the all-time high. That's specifically the high of the continuous contract, which was the high of December during the time it was the front month, which again, so confusing, right? So use SPY as a proxy. Yeah, so for technical analysts, you guys, the one who use technical charts and stuff, use SPY as kind of like a proxy. Now let's have some fun here. Let's play with this one. I'll build a small position. Oh, I'm in NASDAQ, whatever. Not that I think we're gonna sell off from here, but probably overnight. This might be that technical high we get to. I think right here we might close long and strong, but we'll see what happens. I don't think that today, it might be tomorrow that we get some play. And I'm not gonna stream all day either, and it's the holidays, so I'm holidays. I'm gonna take the afternoon off. That's a nice run on NVIDIA. What's my strategy for trading all-time highs? What is the all-time high to begin with? That I think that the market typically taps all-time highs, and we've been so bearish, right? Lately, and then the market taps all-time highs. Tomorrow, it's probably gonna have a response selling day, if not today, to respond to it. And if it's bullish, then the following day will break through and it'll keep going. So usually the response trade to all-time highs when you have been bearish in a bear month is usually to sell off of the high. And that's the bet I usually sometimes will take. All right. I think NQ is going to fill its gap. Not really. In reality, I don't use like technical highs and lows as a exact sort of play, other than I look for where pivots will be in other stocks relative to themselves. So like the stocks is really where, for that kind of strategy, you're going to want to measure like where the stock's highs and lows and supports are. The index itself, remember, it's just a sum of what all the stocks are doing. So you want to look for key pivots in the individual companies themselves, like where's NVIDIA filling a gap, or, you know, where's... Example would be like here, NVIDIA, like, do we have a gap? Like on NVIDIA, we do. We have a big one, right? So on this particular setup, we closed here. And we open over here somewhere. Let me find out exactly where it's going to be. So like, where's that half gap on NVIDIA, right? If it's still bearish, then half gap will be resistance, right? So let's mark it real quick. There's the close, and then the open is going to be exactly here. So NVIDIA has a massive half gap at 187.39, right? And so if it were bullish, we would be breaking through that and continuing to go. If it's bearish, then we're gonna hit that half gap and reject, right? So clearly NVIDIA, oh, let me go ahead and leave the gap still on there then. NVIDIA has a gap to fill here. We are breaching through that half gap. The question becomes, are we bullish? Then whatever gap down we had gets filled and we keep going. So if you are a bear, this region is where you expect to reject. Whatever caused the selling is continuously gonna keep causing more selling, right? So that's what you're looking for. That's why this area, I'm like, okay, let me take a stab at it. I don't really think that today we're gonna sell though, but at least I might want to take a small stab at it. I usually don't like to short against things like this though. Yeah. Bum, ba, bum, bum, ba, bum, bum. That was a permable? Oh, no. I'm just really good at reading the market. Oh, except for the last 2 weeks. I'm good at following what the market is. Like whatever the market's situation is, I'm following. The market's just been perma bullish. I don't ever go against the market. That's my strategy. Y'all want to play some Battlefield this afternoon? Did last week market move spook you? Not really last week, just more along the lines of being holiday and not really expecting too much of a thing. I took the long at the open from here, and then I took the short from here, and then now I'm just chilling. Normally I would take the half gap or the liquidity pocket trade here, which I said like on the stream, I was like, if I do that, the critical part of the day is done, then it's a coin flip from there. The only reason I didn't take it because I already made 6,000 or 5,000, whatever I made. I was kind of like, all right, I'm kind of done. So something happens. Arc Raiders, is that multiplayer? I bought it, but I haven't even played it yet. How many people can play Arc Raiders? You know what I hate about Battlefield? The only thing I hate about it. There's two things I don't like about Battlefield 6, but everything else I think is spectacular. I love it. First of all, there are two of the maps I just can't even play. I think they're the worst maps ever. I don't know if you guys feel the same way about it. But I skip as much as I can. Manhattan Bridge, can't stand it. It's horrible. You feel like people camp on top of the buildings and play that? Yeah, the map sucks. In Sobek City, can't play that either. That map sucks. All game types suck on it. Everything else is pretty good. But anyways, Battlefield 6, I don't like those two maps. Everything else is great. But what I also don't like about it is that for whatever reason over the years, they never let you team up with more than 3 of your friends. Why in a game mode of 32 versus 32, I can't join with like 15 of you guys on my team? Yeah, no, in custom search, I deselect those maps. I never play them. Well, I mostly play these days Breakthrough. That's like my favorite game type. I switch around between Breakthrough and Conquest, but mostly Breakthrough. I think that's such a fun game type. All right, S&P is tapping its other. We'll let it break through and see what happens. Anyways, I wish that I could take like 20 people on a team. I mean, you can make like a custom game mode as well, and then that's how you do it. You can just create like your own server and then just run it with your friends. But then you won't fill up the lobby. So it's like, I wish I could just join with like 20 of y'all and I'll play together. Like big team battle style in Halo. Like, come on now. Those are the days. And the one thing I also don't like is the one thing that Battlefield 5 did right, that like, I always say that 4 was probably the best of them, but 5 was like the best maps of any Battlefield ever. Like 5 was so crazy because like the maps would change dynamic. Like remember the one that had the storm on it? Like you're playing and then all of a sudden that giant tornado is coming across the map and then storm is happening. It starts raining while you're playing. Like I love when the map evolves as you're playing. Like the one at the refinery, the refinery starts exploding and things catching on fire as you're playing the map. But I loved in 5 when they had maps that would just evolve as you're playing them. 2042 was, everything about that game was horrible. The mechanics were bad. The classes were bad. The maps were terrible. None of the maps were fun to me. I never had a single map on that game that I was like in love with. 6, I love most of the maps. They're all really good. Siege of Cairo is awesome. Merc Valley is awesome for breakthrough. You're basically like in trenches. It's pretty cool. Liberation Peak is awesome for conquest. I love that one. Oh yeah. Empire State is awesome for conquest because a small conquest map, really good. At first they were, at the end they polished nicely. At the end it got polished a little bit, but the maps were still like never that great. I miss 5's maps. Were like, I can't remember the map on 5, but it was like the one where you were like breakthrough and the final push was this one house in the middle of the field. And you basically had to storm through up into that house. And that was always such a fun breakthrough. Anyways, I digress. I come to play some Battlefield this afternoon. That's what I want to do today. Call of Duty, you know, like I liked Black Ops 6 when I played it. The new Call of Duty feels so clunky to me. I don't know. Oh, I mean, I liked it for the first hour I played it, but after that I was just kind of like over it. The wall jumping just feels so clunky. Coming from Apex, I can't get a feel for it. Especially guns in 7 is not fun. Yeah. I guess they just rebalanced Battlefield 6 too, because it's so weird. Like, I don't understand why engineers don't get C4 explosive. That's exactly what you need to blow up a tank. Like, no, let's give C4 to the recon player that's hiding up the fucking mountain somewhere. Like, that's weird to me. The classes are a little funky, and let's give the spawn beacon to the assault player, not the recon player who's camping in the mountain somewhere. So the recon player, I think that mechanic is good, because what sucks is to have a sniper that finds some glitchy spot in the mountains and then they just put a spawn beacon there and they can just keep spawning there. So with that, I mean, it's kind of all right because it kind of evens the playing field. You know, snipers aren't as powerful, just campers anymore. That's why they did that, but I don't know why they give the sniper, the recon player, the C4. I love blowing up tanks. Like, so basically, if I'm sniping and a tank drives by me, I can use C4 to blow it up. But when are you ever going to use it, right? So weird. So they rotated the special abilities to the classes that don't make sense for it. The engineer gets pretty much nothing but a frag grenade. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I'm gonna gather intel from like really far away, and then when I get bored, I'm just gonna close in and blow stuff up as a demolitions expert. Like what? I think it's class balancing, but it really just kind of gives everybody a close range and a far range option. I get it. but it's kind of weird. But so what I've been doing is all of my classes have the same gun on them. So they're all assault-based classes. But I just rotate specifically based on whatever the threat is. Like, if there's a lot of tanks that I get rid of, then I just switch to the recon class that has all my assault guns anyway. So it feels like an assault class, and I just use the recon perks to, you know, spot everybody and then blow it up with C4, and then I switch back to my other class. My main that I run is support. So for healer, support class is very OP. I think in the Battlefield. You get a wall to cover. You get ability to res people. It's kind of nice. And then you get a heal kit, so you can heal yourself and restock yourself. Yeah. Support is like super OP. Yeah, it feels like most games and game devs don't actually play their own game. Yeah, I think so. I think they try to make Battlefield 6 just more well-rounded, to where like the class is just more blended up. But it's all right. Engineer, repair, and support revive. Oh yeah, engineer repair is great. Just hold on to the back of a tank and just sit there and just repair it the whole time. You rack up a ton of points doing that. And when the tank backs up, just pushes you along with it, gives you cover. Oh yeah. It annoys you so much when the medic's too medic, right? Yeah, dude. Like, you win a conquest map if like half of your team is medics, dude. Nobody dies. Like, oh, so sorry, Marmoro. I saw your question earlier. I forgot to answer it. Apex sale is 80% off all your evals, and then whenever you pass an eval, you pay an activation fee. So there's like two models of props, right? Your average prop is going to give you an account for like $100, right? And then you pass, you go live, you're good. The Apex model is going to give you a $100 account, quote unquote, at 90% off or 80% off. So that makes it $20, okay? And you only pay $20 for the eval instead of 100, but when you pass it, you got to pay like a $150 fee to activate it. So when they have 50% off the fee, I think it's like becomes like $75. So in reality, when you add the initial eval plus the activation fee, it equals pretty much what you normally pay with another account with another firm. But the cool thing about this is that every time you fail, it's only, you know, $20 every time you blow up. You're only wasting $20. Practically costs nothing to fail. You only really pay for the account as soon as you pass it. Hopefully that makes sense. So the Apex model and ETF model is the same, where it's very cheap when you fail, but only quote unquote more expensive when you pass. The half price off the activation fee makes the overall total all-in cost cheaper than just about most of the firms out there when they have their sale like that when you pass. So you don't have to worry about paying like hundreds of dollars for an account and then blow it up and it's $100 each go. On the eval side, the Apex model, the eval side is practically free, almost free. Yeah. It annoys you when the medics don't medic. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, like when you're sitting there trying to revive and you've got like 4 medics near you, like 5 meters away, and you're staring at those numbers like, should I press spacebar? Should I wait? And then it's like 5 meters, 6 meters, 7 meters, 4 meters, 10, 15, 20. You're like, why are you running away? And then fine, I'll revive. The worst feeling in the world. End of the day, intraday trailing is horrible. End of the day trailing is so much better. Right, so I agree. Personally, end of the day is so much better, but it's also more expensive for that particular perk, right? So when it comes to prop accounts, your perks and everything that you like always come with a fee. So you have to kind of guess like, or pick what matches how much you're willing to spend. I mean, static is better than both of those, and static usually is a lot more expensive at the end of the day. So it comes down to like how much you're willing to pay for your perks. Some people just have this knack for just buying those cheap accounts and brute forcing them until they win, and then only paying for the ones they win. Camilo, have a good Christmas. I'll see you on maybe Friday. I should trade Apex to teach the trailing skills. Trailing drawdown is all about base hits, getting in and getting out to build a buffer. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. I haven't traded Apex on stream. The only thing I hate about Apex is that I can't bulk buy accounts. Like, I hate with, well, most firms. Like, if you can have up to like 20 accounts, you got to buy them one at a time. It's such a pain in the ass. Like, why can't I just like buy 40? Like, check out, quantity 40, click buy. You know what I'm saying? Terrible. Bulk purchase would be so nice. Let's play it with 5. That should have been deal breaker at dinner. You had your chance. I forgot to mention it. Let me text it to him now though. We're on a phone call basis now. I'm gonna text him real quick. Hold on. All right, I'm texting him that. A huge quality of life increase, you know what I'm saying? Because easier to dispute payments. Yeah, but on the eval side, like they're gonna matter. Like, people are gonna go dispute $10 and $20 at a time. I don't think they give a shit about it. I understand for the bigger, I agree with you. As a business owner in e-commerce, I understand exactly what happens. When you dispute, you want to get a charge back. Let me tell him really quick. Yeah. I know the one. But on the eval side, that's like. But like on the eval side, when it's only like 10 or 20 bucks at a time, what are they going to dispute? $200 worth of eval purchases? You know what I mean? Like a quantity maximum of 20 would be great. You get sales faster. Yeah, when you're disputing like 100 payments, you're gonna have to go. I mean, these days you can dispute charges anyways by going to your bank and just saying, hey, I want to dispute every single thing I ever paid Apex or whatever, or whoever. Then you can easily do that. As an e-commerce business, I understand how this works. Like if you buy lifetime from me at 4,000 bucks and then you were to charge it back, then it takes $4,000 out, but you can't dispute like multiple charges over multiple months and win. Because if you were to pay something every month, and then dispute all of it, I will usually win that dispute, because the argument is, why would you pay subsequent months if you were unhappy? On a month-to-month basis, you can only really dispute successfully the last charge. Any person with a good legal team or a good, way to defend this could easily win a chargeback on monthly charges. So you break like a lifetime up into smaller pieces. People would say, why did you choose to pay again if you weren't happy the first time? So clearly you were happy. And they use like event logs and show the people use the service or whatever. So in Apex, it's kind of this, or any prop firm, kind of the same thing. I can see like preventing mass purchases would make it easier for you to keep people from like requesting refunds when they blow up or charging back because they blow up, because people will do that all the time, I bet. You just make it a nuisance to slow them down. That way they don't have to dispute $1,020 charges. And the bet is they just won't do it. But I think these days you can just call your bank and just say dispute all of it, and that's all it takes. What's gonna happen with Top Step? I would say like in the meantime, Top Step has sort of revealed a lot about themselves and the way the company is. Remember, you know, they were the first big one. They got big really quick. I say like Red Bull, right? Got really big, really quick, marketed themselves as the best, the best, the best. Kind of flew too close to the sun with their aspirations of being bigger than what they are. You know, Top Step has fallen very far from where they believed they were. As a prop firm, they just have experienced some normal prop firm issues of like technical issues or whatever. But every single aspiration they had beyond that has pretty much fallen apart. The exception of the brokerage service, I think it's going to fall flat because there's no way they're going to compete with NinjaTrader successfully in that front. I really think that they got delivered a dose of humble pie because when they got really big as a prop firm, they started trying to like stand above all the other prop firms as we're the best when they clearly had mediocre rules relative to some of the other plans out there. They were more expensive, the payouts were smaller, and really didn't hold the title they claimed they had, and then they would troll everybody when they clearly had better plans. I make a post, Why Funded Futures, you know, you made 80% of 6,000 is bigger than 90% of Top Step's 5,000 on the same payout period. And they were like, oh, but we're better this other way. They would always do that to try to like promote themselves as superior when they were, you know, top 10 at best at this late stage. They should have focused on rebuilding their plans to modernize them to compete with the firms that passed them up rather than try to do all this other stuff. And so because they try to do all this other stuff, it just means that it's a red flag in general. The company's not in good hands. The company owners have acted in bad faith. I don't know why the companies don't fire, you know, Paddock and possibly sue him for acting in bad faith, you know, beyond the scope of what the business was supposed to do. I mean, trying to make regulatory organizations, all this stuff. You know, he acted in very, very bad faith. So as far as bad faith actors, don't trust your money with them at all, like anymore. You never know what kind of peril or like, you know, it was revealed that their whole marketing thing was a farce. And the reveal is that they were in worse shape than you thought. They had to kick out other competitors because they were stealing so much market share from Project X. You know what I'm saying? Like thin skin. They're going to sue Pat Whelan because they can't handle a little commentary on Twitter kind of thing. Like they're kind of in a desperate mode right now to save face in a place where it's been revealed that they're not as well off as good as they are. And they really spew a lot of garbage rhetoric. Like somebody on Twitter was talking to me like, you know, I would be surprised. Somebody's like telling me don't comment on it. You're not. And they're like, why don't you come back later when you've accomplished what Paddock's accomplished? He's a CEO of Top Step. I'm like, I'm CEO of 3 companies. I'm about to start a couple more. He's like, yeah, well, you're not a massive tech company with a bunch of employees. I'm like, yes, I am. Like, he's like, oh, well, maybe come back when you have $1 billion in revenue. I'm like, these kids out there think Top Step has $1 billion in revenue. Let me ask the question here. How much do you guys think? I know numbers, by the way. I'm very ingrained in the prop industry. I know who makes what and how much they make. How much revenue do you think Top Step does a year? Gross revenue before payouts or anything. How much sales do you think they actually do a year? What's the magnitude of how big you think this prop industry really is? I'm curious what the public actually thinks. This kid thought Top Step made $1 billion. I'm going to tell you, Top Step these days, a Top Step in their peak maybe cleared 25 million a year. Maybe 25 million at best. I would say with everybody growing right now, last year, the year before probably was their peak. With the inclusion of new firms in the last couple of years, market share is outpacing, loss is outpacing total addressable market growth. The TAM is not $1 billion in prop firms. Every prop firm together doesn't make $1 billion in sales. Oh, fuck no. You're talking in the revenue of 10 to 50 million max on people's best years. And I'm gonna say on average, most prop firms are making 10 to 20 million in revenue. That's about it. $1 billion. These kids think Top Step does $1 billion in revenue. Oh God. Billion. No, it's they're all in the range of 50 million or less a year. And that's before payouts, that's total revenue. That's not profit either. That's before payouts. Yeah. I would guess, I don't know TopStep's actual numbers, but I would guess it's about 25 to 50 million at best in their best year. I don't know. Is that information published anywhere? Let's Google it. What is TopStep's annual revenue? Oh, AI has a question. TopStep's annual revenue varies by source, with estimates ranging about 9.3 million in 2025. Zoom Info and Rocket Reach. Older figures suggesting 25 million in 2021. Oh, and COVID. Recent reports also point to growth, one estimates pacing between 10 and 15 million annually. There you go. 25 million in COVID, 10 million in 2025. That's from AI. I just Googled it just now. Wow, I didn't even know that. 25 million, not possible. TopStep does way more. They pay a lot per month. That's not gross sales. Sorry. Gross revenue. My bad. That's not gross sales. That's gross revenue. So that's after payouts. My bad. Not before. After payouts. My bad. Who do you think has the most revenue? Apex. Like, hands down. Apex is probably twice as big as TopStep. Yeah. Apex is the biggest prop firm in the world. And the FUD spread by TopStep, that's not true, is FUD spread by TopStep. Yeah. Apex is the largest, like, by far. Like, by a long margin. Like, by twice as big. So I would say that gross sales would be, I don't know how much. So gross sales minus payouts minus overhead is the revenue, right? The total net revenue. And it says they're netting roughly 10 million. So people that were like, this kid was like, don't even try to compare yourself to Paddock. He's a billionaire. I was like, a billionaire? Oh, these kids are so adorable. Like, TopStep has spread so much fucking juice about themselves. Of like, I mean, this shit, it's like steroid juice. It's like fake. No, I mean, who buy a billionaire? Are you kidding? Like the net of all prop firms might have done $1 billion in sales in the last 5 years, maybe. Nah, like I would say Paddock's net worth is probably like 10 mil or something like that. You probably net $1 million a year or something around that magnitude from TopStep. Project X. No way. Can you believe that? People on Twitter think this guy's a billionaire. Company makes 10 million a year in sales, and somehow in 10 years that adds up to $1 billion. The company itself has barely done 100 million in sales in its lifetime. No. So that's net profit. That's net revenue, by the way. So that'd be after payouts, right? So you can imagine that's roughly about $1 million or so a month gross revenue before taxes, or net revenue for taxes, I guess. So you take 20% off of that for corporate tax. And why do you think other firms don't do 20 accounts like Apex? The reason other firms don't do 20 accounts is because it requires a different kind of model. The risk is very high. So again, with prop firms, that you can answer the question if you think a little deeper. Okay, the easiest way to win in prop firms is so easy. You ready for this? You think you're going to trade your way to victory? No, what you can is buy 100 accounts and just as the market's falling, just long everywhere, just long and long and long, long in each account, long in one more. Just keep buying the dip. Some of those accounts are going to pay out much more than the cost of all those accounts there. The more accounts you buy, the higher probability you have of martingale yourself to success. That same principle is why prop firms have a scaling rule that doesn't allow you to get 2 minis and 20 micros, because that same small denomination allows you to put 1 micro the whole way down. They'll usually do like 2 minis and then 5 micros. They want to limit how many times you can act on the market, not how much you can trade. So the more accounts you have, the more you can act on the market. So the risk is infinitely bigger to the firm the more accounts they let you buy. So the 20 account model is typically a firm that has a higher failure rate, typically with intraday trailing drawdown, to squeeze you out faster, to prevent you from being able to martingale yourself to success. As markets are falling, they understand that markets become more volatile as they fall. You can't just long and long and long and long and long and long and long, because even though ultimately you were right in some of them, you still blew up all of these, and then you blew up these as well. Even though you bought and it rallied, you still lost because it went up and came down and the TDD got you before one of them actually took off. So trailing drawdown allows intraday trailing drawdown. Does this make sense to you guys? Let me draw it in like an easier to see sense. In a normal environment with non-trailing drawdown, market just falls and falls and falls and falls, and you have a static account, right? Hold on, let me do this better. It falls and falls and falls like this, and then falls like this, and then goes. And in a static account, you can just long and long and long and long and say that your drawdown is there. Well, for this one, and drawdown is there for this. Okay, let me actually draw a little bit better. Let me make it a little easier to understand. Okay. Yeah. Falls like this, and then down here at the bottom, it gets really choppy. Okay. So the idea is that in a normal sense, if you were to use end of the day or static accounts and you were to buy down in here, your static and end of the day drawdown is there. These accounts may be busted, and in end of the day or static, these accounts all won because you didn't hit your drawdown. But in trailing drawdown, this account that went up and down also lost. This account that went up and down also lost. And this account that went up and down also lost, even though all three of them would have won otherwise. So to be able to buy more accounts, these firms combat it with giving you rules that'll chop you out in the volatility, because when you're martingaling in a sell-off market, you're going to have that choppiness blow you up anyways. So to be able to allow you to buy 20 accounts, couple things. It's expensive to buy your first account. Like with NinjaTrader, you're gonna pay $35. They're gonna pay $35 to Ninja for every account you open for the first account. And then every subsequent account you buy from them, it only costs $5 to make multiple accounts. So the real margins are from accounts, 2 through 20, because it only costs, you only pay $5 up the ladder to the API. So the first account Apex sells you is at a loss. When you have 90% off, the eval they lose money on. They hope that you buy 2, 3, 4, 5 accounts to make it back, and then they squeeze you out so you can't make anything on the volatility side. So typically with the firm that lets you buy more than 5 accounts, the reason 5 is the sweet spot is because they balance the contract limits they give you and the scaling rule with that 5 account to give you that sweet spot. They want you to buy as much as they can without giving you the advantage of being able to martingale on the way down. Firms that have end of the day drawdown have found that sweet spot to be 5 accounts. End of the day and static. Firms that sell 20 accounts are trailing drawdown almost every single time. So that idea is to limit your actions on the market. That's kind of what they're trying to do. That makes sense? Does that make sense to you guys? So why doesn't every firm sell you 20 accounts? Because if you could buy 20 accounts with end of the day trailing drawdown, oh my God, you would be able to just hack the market at that point. They would have to be so expensive you wouldn't want to buy one of them, because the risk is very high to the firm the more you can buy. So in the end, it's all balanced. Your pass rate per dollar spent should be about the same. If you spend $10,000 with My Funded Futures versus, at $100 a pop versus $10,000 at Apex at $10 a pop, you should walk away with the same total amount of contracts you can trade per $10,000 spent. You should blow up more with Apex and end up with fewer accounts at the end than you would in My Funded. And then at the end, you've got the same amount of contracts you can trade. The risk model is almost identical for all these firms. They just find different ways to frame it for sales. With the Apex model, it just so happens the 20 account model is slightly more profitable, but it's slightly higher risk. In certain environments, they could sustain a lot of losses, and much environments they likely don't. So yeah, but the idea is that makes sense, right? So in reality, the whole point is that most of the firms have found a sweet spot at like 5 accounts. They want to sell you as much as they can without selling you too much. Because imagine throwing $100 at a trade, blow up, $100 per account, blow up, blow up, blow up, blow up, blow up, and that costs you $500, and then this one goes up, and then you made $2,000, right? It takes zero skill to utilize the low barrier of entry, the low cost of playing the game, for the leverage you can get off of your account that actually wins. Could pay out 20 to 1. The odds are very high that it goes in your favor, and the cost of playing, it's like a game that has a 10% chance of winning, which means you're going to fail 9 out of 10 times, but the odds are 50 to 1. You'd play that game every time. You'd lose 9 times, and the one time you won, you won 50. You lost 9 and won 50. You net 41. The odds are very, very, very good on your return on cost spent per account. If you spread out your trades far enough, then that opportunity is there, which is where the risk of the firm comes. The opportunity gets even worse when you can scale this with 20 accounts and do this, with, instead of 1 account a pop, you were to do this with 2, and then 2, and then 2, and then 2, and then 2 at 100 a pop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is 10 times 100 is 1,000. And with the 2 that you made 4,000, right? Just on a simple pop. So, your net takeaway can be really big if you happen to get really lucky, or if you get smarter and markets fall, then you can long in 1 and long in 3 more, then long in 5 more, then long in 10 more. The market keeps crashing, and you keep buying these accounts for 10 bucks a pop, and then you can buy 20 more and 50 more, as much as you can. And oh my God, the opportunity is really big. Like when they're dirt cheap, you can kind of do that to a limit. So most firms have found that 5 is pretty much the sweet spot. That's kind of why they limit there. And then they introduce that max drawdown rule, right, which prevents you from writing gallery. The reason they make those rules is to keep you from doing the things that beat the system. Yeah. They wouldn't do that otherwise. Yeah, so all the rules that a prop firm has is designed to like lessen your advantage as an advantage player. All these systems that I've talked about are ways to beat it, are things that they have rules to combat against. Not that I'm saying that that's what you should do. I'm just saying it's from the perspective of the casino, that's what they're kind of like preventing you from doing. You know what I mean? The theme of this month should be The Walking Dead. Yeah, there you go. We still have a whole trading day left, don't we? God, like today's like halfway over. What the hell, man? 3 trades today, all were winners. I'm finally out of my unlucky losing streak. Dude, I've been on like a, literally like a, I went on a 2-month winning streak. And then for like 2 weeks, I won all the days, but I think like 2 of them. Then I went on a 2-week losing streak. That's been crazy, right? I'm out. I think I'm out of that funk now. Feels nice. Back in sync with the market. Structure seems to be back, which is good. Anyways. But yeah, I would say from now on, guys, like TopSip has revealed its hand to be no more glorious than anybody else. It's a dirty prop firm like all of them. It's a prop firm with problems and cash flow issues and market share issues like all of them. They just marketed themselves as some like impenetrable fucking fortress of prop firm that was the best ever with the most customers. When it turns out that recent data has revealed that they're not even the biggest one out there anymore. Their system isn't as stable as they were. And everybody's at odds with them. So I would approach TopStep like you would a fast track, like with extreme caution. Because I'm saying is they'll probably be okay through all of this. At the end, they'll probably be good. But this has revealed some sort of bad faith acting on part of the CEO that we don't know what kind of issues they're having. These rapid changes, firing their developers or whatever, having to kick everybody off the platform because they're losing market share, platform not working. Like these are like some, like why didn't have a full staffed house of developers could be cash flow problems, right? It leads me on to be like I would be cautious trading with them because you don't know if they're a moment from bankruptcy. You wouldn't even know. Like these rug pull decisions they've made like lately just seem to be like knee-jerk reactions. Like you would only do that if you were desperate. You know what I mean? Like to 180 pivot, like guys, we're gonna have this API, everybody's gonna use it and have an SRO, then like, sorry you guys, we're kicking you all off. Oh shit, the platform's unstable now. Oh shit, we just realized we don't have a full staff of developers. We grew too fast. It's like, I don't think the answer is you grew too fast, you have too much money and you're too big, you don't know what to do with it. The answer is you were losing market share, operating lean, you didn't staff up appropriately, and then the platform's holes and issues were found not because you were losing or you were getting too big to notice. That's a cop-out answer. I'm a platform developer. When you say we're just so big, we crashed, is a stupid answer of you're fucking incompetent. You didn't call AWS and buy a couple more server computers. Like a CEO has one job, and it's to forecast growth of the company and grow the damn company. If you're like, oh, I'm surprised we had a lot of growth, then nobody ever does that. That's a stupid cop-out answer to mask the real problem. The real problem is you're running out of money. You grew too big, you funded all these projects, you can't do it, now you had to pull the plug, you empowered your competitors, they took all your market share, and when you canned your affiliates, they went to work for your competitors. So your market share rapidly shrunk from like 25 million to about 10 million a year. Now you can't fund all these projects, now you had to operate lean, and now with all these tech changes you had, you can't control the project output fast enough to stay relevant in the marketplace because you fired all the good people. Now I have enough people to worry. I run a tech company. I can see beyond all of this what's happening. And I'd be very careful investing in TopStep as a trader because I can feel the heat that they're probably operating in the red right now. And you wouldn't be making knee-jerk reactions like that and making rapid 180 changes if you weren't hemorrhaging money and not knowing what to do. You wouldn't be making huge, crazy changes. You guys get what I'm saying? Not saying that one day you're gonna wake up and they're gonna be bankrupt and then they rug pull everybody. But I wouldn't say that in the next 2 or 3 years that they might even be here in the same capacity. I always would wonder like why you would want to go and jump in and be in the API business. If you can't beat them, join them. That's the only method you would do that. Can't beat them, join them. You're losing market share, so how do you make money? Well, invest in taking a little bit from each of your competitors. The API, they pay them the fee to open the accounts. So you don't do that if you can't beat them, join them mentality unless you are losing market share. You would never otherwise do that. You know what I mean? You wouldn't empower them further unless you saw it as an inevitable that they were growing. As a CEO, I wouldn't empower my competitors by giving them tools to compete with me against unless my eventual demise was inevitable and they were going to beat me anyways. So to intercept that, to get in ahead of time, to give them something to buy from me if they're going to beat me anyways. Hershey's used to sell chocolate to Mars, and Mars completely took over because M&Ms are like the biggest candy in the world, right? And so why would Milton Hershey sell chocolate to Murray and Mars, right? Why? Because they know they had a great product and they're like, shit, well, we might as well make something off of them because they're going to probably beat us anyways. So you don't sell to your competitors unless you know they're going to beat you and you're making them a kind of like an offer to where they're dependent on you and you make a little bit off of them, but you're also empowering their growth. Which if you didn't make that step, they would grow anyways and just steal your market share, and then you don't make a buck off of them. So that intercepting play that you would do is because you're losing market share. You would never take that step otherwise. If you were the #1 sitting on a hill, ivory tower, prop firm that nobody could touch, you would never give your drowning customers anything other than putting your fucking foot on their head and pushing it underwater while they're drowning. You would never, ever offer them an easy solution, a cheaper solution with better margins. Why would you need to take a couple bucks from your competitors? Unless they're taking millions of dollars from you. So that's #1. TopStep is rapidly losing market share. I can easily deduce that being a CEO of a tech company myself. And I also run a marketplace, so I understand all the dynamics of this. And #2 is these rapid changes of kicking everybody off immediately because of tech issues. Why are you not staffed? Why are your servers not able to handle these kind of issues? Why have you not stress test to match your growth? It's incompetency at a tech level. Our pains I had growing Rocket Scooter, we hit some pains where our servers couldn't handle the throughput, and we weren't like, well, when we got so big, it just was inevitable. We were like, I was like, I kind of don't know what I'm doing. I'm new to this tech company thing. What's the issue? So then I hired the people to tell me, well, here's the issue. And then, you know, there's some problems going on with your data provider, and this is really the issue. So it's like the cop-out answer is to blame your customers. Like, sorry, too many of you guys came in the door, so the building burned down. A proper company would have planned for that. Like zero downtime was like Facebook's motto for the longest time. Like, no matter what, we're not down for a minute, no matter what it costs. Like, you know, the competency there understands the fallout of that. So why you be understaffed trying to run a massive tech firm is budgetary. You wouldn't be understaffed unless you were losing money. And I think if you grew your aspirations when you're making 20 million a year during COVID made you make all this money, and then it got to your head that it's always going to be like that, and you weren't competent enough to see that COVID was just a trend and people are going back to work and not trading anymore, and you built off of an expected $25 million revenue, and yet you're only making 10 now, and you can't afford to staff up, can't afford to have the support you need. Aha, now it all adds up. So at this point in time, now I feel, doesn't Rocketplace give tools of sales to your competitors? Yeah, you figured it out. You're a natural Sherlock. If you have competitors, and in that particular sense, education is different because you're not like a people will literally shop around like a little bit at a time, right? But not use all of them at once. So education is a different sort of version of that. You nailed it, right? Like, I'm taking a fraction of money from all of my competitors, right? It's a great business tool. And it's not because I'm losing market share to them, but because there's such a vast amount of competitors out there, and people usually go from competitor to competitor to competitor, one at a time. Nobody's in 4 Discord communities at once. So it's different. Prop firms, however, people trade 5 or 6 of them at once. So in the moment's notice, you're not trying to catch a revolving door from the fallout of your competitors. Your people are buying your competitors' products at the same time they're buying yours. It's not a one or the other thing like in the marketplace. It's one or the other. Very few people are in like 5 trading communities at once, right? The marketplace strategy is more of a revolving door. People leave one and they stay in the ecosystem when they jump to another. It's a different business strategy, but you nailed it. Any e-commerce marketplace is in that same sort of boat. You want people to continue to shop inside of your marketplace. I'm going to take the profit here. I don't think we're going to sell off $1,000. But yeah, also a good thought, right? But I say that the top step choices I see from a top-down sort of analysis of this is that they're having severe money issues. And not like they're going to deny payouts or anything, but nobody ever thought Bash Track was going to blow up either. They don't have massive payouts either. They're tiny little payouts. You get $5,000 and their failure rate's really high. Only 1 out of 8 people, 1 out of 8 accounts make it to payout. So maybe they probably don't have an issue. But I personally, as a firm, as a trader, see something like that as a red flag. I wouldn't want to invest a lot of time and effort into it, despite tech issues, and then risk, hey guys, sorry we're delaying payouts this month or whatever. It's obvious they're having cash flow issues. Yeah. So my Fund of Futures is a great alternative to that. FundedNext is a great alternative to that. Tradeify, great alternative to that. All the new programs, the Rapid accounts, are all a better alternative than Top Step. My Fund of Futures Rapid, Tradeify's Select Plan, and My Fund of Futures Rapid, they're all cheap, quick, fixed payout, no tech issues. Like most people are using those guys these days. And Rocket Place's cut of sales is just a payment cut. So we take like a 3% cut of a sale, like a payment provider would, like a credit card or a Stripe would. So we're not like, you know, we're not charging our users a large fee. Discord is free, by the way. So people that have their Discord on Marketplace, we don't take a cut from it at all. That's a free service we provide. But like other tools, and organic traffic is a 3% cut on sales, just like a payment provider would charge the same amount. This is a tiny little cut. But we provide the administrative services for their business, which is kind of a different, it's a similar mindset, but it's also different than an API. Because the API, you're providing the entire, like, you're just providing like the data feed and the order and all that ordering and all that stuff is done through your service. The owner practically does everything else. Like, we kind of in a similar basket boat, give you like a basket of tools to start a business with, similar to the API. But in reality, it's like our services are more like detailed. Like, you would use our website to book a one-on-one session. You'd use our website to host an ebook. You'd use our website to post a video. Nobody's using like Top Step service for anything other than Project X. So, but yeah, as you guessed it, in a similar sense, a marketplace business is a similar concept. But the motivation is not, oh shit, I'm hemorrhaging money, let me build a marketplace. The concept is there's a need for this in the space, and everyone has to run a Discord and has to run a business somehow. And there isn't a trader marketplace for trading groups only. So for us, it was more of a, like, there's no competitor, right? I guess maybe WAP, but it's not really built for traders. And so when we start marketing that, it's more just along the lines of, you know, we provide payment services, checkout services, booking services, and really small, like, cut. TBT has activation fees. It does, but I think some of them are waived. I don't know the exact ruling on that. Somebody here can probably answer that question. Do they waive the fees with our code? I think I could read somewhere that they can waive fees sometimes. Or should I try the same trade? Maybe tomorrow we sell. I think it's gonna be tomorrow. I'm gonna watch it and see. If we start losing with volume, I'll probably take it. It's hard to go up against the uptrend all morning long. Yep, it's been pretty good. This day, like these days before Christmas, I'm not, and we have a half day tomorrow, by the way, so I'm not entirely like convinced to take anything heavy. I took the long out the door, took the short, waited, took that short scalp. So I've had 3 successful trades. I think I'm up like 6,000 something. I don't know. There to there, there to there, there to there. So I've been playing this pretty well. I didn't take this last up move because I was not really, like, after we went up and came down, I'm like, holiday stuff, it's going to be low volume. Let's just wait and see what happens. Nvidia losing MHP was kind of the thing I was watching. We broke through it with flying colors and kept going, so it looks pretty nice. Probably in the overnight, we might have a move overnight. That's what I'm fearing. Like, market closes and then overnight we gap down or something. And we'll see. This is my YouTube handle, 123. Want to say how much you appreciate you streaming. The insights of your value. Oh, appreciate that. I'm glad you're here, man. I tend to tell people, like, here on the stream in this community, we try to bring like a higher IQ discussion to the table, more so than I think like most of the prop firm selling trader folks out there that stream. I don't really think any of them, not to say it to be mean or whatever, I don't think any of them are really like that kind of intellectual mindset. They're all kind of dumb. Traders are mostly dumb anyways. So like we're the nerd community. A bunch of scientists got together and tried to take it with a different approach. Try to have some high level conversation. The word, the bro per minute ratio of how many times we say bro per minute is very low here, although I say it every once in a while. I tend to judge there's a direct correlation of the an indirect correlation of the average IQ per streamer versus the amount of times they say the word bro per minute. And I say bro a lot. Like the more bro per minute, I mean it just starts to plunge after some time. And like you see a lot of that, you know, with most people. And yeah, so you also correlate inversely, like words like to the moon, or like we got some bags. If you say bags, like the number of times you say bags in your stream, you know what I mean? We got the bag, guys. You know? Oops. Let me switch this up really quick. I always wanted to like run a community that operated like a think tank, like just a bunch of nerdy fucking people sitting around talking about nerdy stuff, thinking about it differently than how most people think about it. And I think over the years we've amassed a huge community of mostly like intelligent people. Like some of you guys are pretty freaking smart. You go on the Discord, and the Discord is like the cleanest, more, it's almost boring in a way. I mean, Discord is fun. It's very active. There's a ton of people in there, but it's almost like, it's like, it feels like Reddit. Like on Reddit, most people are like, you know, in the comments are pretty smart at stuff. You always notice. So there's a lot of talking and a lot of like networking and a lot of collaboration. But there's a lot of like information sharing, and it's all high level. And occasionally you're going to get like apparently a Santa Claus meme, but you don't get a lot of like dipshits in our Discord. It's actually very like informative and very high level discussion. It's kind of neat. That's kind of what I always envision, like a place for, because I mean, I used to be a moderator of Wall Street Bets a decade ago, in its early days when it was just getting big. And Wall Street Bets was just so stupid. And they tried to make a Slack room, and they were pumping and dumping penny stocks. The guys at Wall Street Bets, you know, like the original owners said, they secretly ran a Slack room and were pumping and dumping penny stocks on the side. And that Slack room was just filled with like idiots, man. And it was so stupid. Then when we made our DTP room, everyone was like sharing spreadsheets, and I was like, spreadsheets. And it felt very adult-like. It was kind of nice. Or Pine Tree Trader, who trades live all night while smoking tons of weed. That's why we love Pine Tree. He's got a vibe, man. He's like a chill dude. We'd hang out in real life. Definitely have IQ. Stealing Porsche headlights from gated societies without Sunny alarm ain't easy. It's not. That's a hard thing to do. Even cat burglars have to be very smart to evade the laser beams on the floor at the art gallery. Yeah, the Discord is like people trying to help each other and learn from each other. It's really cool. It's a great dynamic. I've never seen a Discord that was like that. People like in Discord, it's funny. In Discord, it has to be highly moderated sometimes. People are like, man, I run a Discord. It's a lot of work. I'm like, really? I don't even participate in mine, so I wouldn't even know. I think we have some moderators. I don't think they do anything either. It's kind of weird that people I know that run Discords, they're always like politics, member hierarchies. They're battling with members. Don't do this, don't do that. Ban this guy, don't ban this guy. There's always some kind of drama. And as crazy as it is, in 10 years of running a Discord, I can't name on one hand how many times there's been drama. The one major time there was drama, I fucked somebody up in the legal system as a result of it, and, you know, ruined them for it. But at the end of the day, it's very rare, like, that we see anything. I don't even participate. I'm not even in the Discord pretty much ever. I'm not sharing ideas. I'm not doing call. I'll become one of the biggest Discords in the world where the guy running it isn't even like in there giving call outs, or there's not a lot of drama. You guys are just, y'all are adults doing adult things. You don't need to be supervised. It's fantastic. It's lovely. I love it. Pine Tree, you actually don't smoke weed. LOL. You're just like naturally vibing. Oh, that's hilarious. You just naturally chill like that. You know what I'm saying though? Like, it's like I walk away and I peek in every once in a while, and it's like orderly and everybody's nice to each other and helpful to each other. Like nobody at all is making, the mods are the most boring job in the world. They don't really moderate anything. It's crazy. It's kind of nice. Adults being, what happened to Gamma? Is he back? No, he threw a fit after his 4th warning. He's not even, that's the thing. That guy wasn't even he wasn't even a Rocket Scooter user. He wasn't even a Rocket Scooter member. He's not even in the Discord. He doesn't use our tools. He's just some guy that lurked around our stream and just chatted in our stream. After his 4th warning, we had many talks with the guy. Hey man, you gotta stop telling people what to buy and sell on Matt's stream. This is not the place for it. Trust me, bro. Come on, everybody short. Everybody get out of your longs. Get out of your longs. Everybody stop. People were like, wait, Gamma, what do I do? And just, you know, they were like, you can't tell people where to buy or sell. This, you know, Matt can be liable for that if he allows it. You know, the way the laws are, anything under my umbrella, I can be liable for. I can't fall back and say, oh, it's one of my members giving investment advice. The SEC will go, well, it's in your purview. You're in charge and you're the one taking the money. You're liable for it. So for liability, we can't allow other people to give out plays. Makes sense. We gave the guy a bunch of warnings about it. Hey, you got to stop. His argument was always like, well, what am I doing wrong? And I'm like, well, the fact you're saying that means you don't know the legality. You just can't do it. Well, can I not give my opinions? Like, give all the opinions you want. Just don't tell people, get out of your shorts, get in the longs. Everybody, guys, long. He said the word guys every sentence. Guys, do this. Guys, do that. It sounded like a streamer without a stream. Like, they like, you know, go make your own stream and do that. You know, but you can't do that here. And he got pretty mad that we were trying to tell him you can't do that. And I don't know what the purpose was. I think people like that secretly run a mentoring service. And I'm sure the guy probably took some people here's money to mentor them as a trader. Like, hey, how can I reach out to you on Discord? Every time I see that, I'm like, every person that asks him, hey, how can I reach out to you on Discord? I'm always like, this fucking idiot's about to buy whatever he's selling. I've been in this business long enough to know that. So I never intercepted it. I was like, all right, I don't know how much, but people, you know, you want to contact somebody outside of this, a question you're going to ask is, how much for your service? How much to mentor us? You know what I mean? It's always that way. Nobody's over here doing the Lord's work for free as a good community service. You're exerting your dominance as a player in the industry because you got something to sell on the side. You wanted to help people. Yeah, helping people is great business, man. It's a great business. So anyways, we were just like, you can't do that. You can say all you want, but don't say guys do this or guys don't do this or everyone's short, everyone not short. Don't say anything like that. Just say like, hey, I'm longing. Hey, I'm shorting. And then after a couple of warnings, he finally got the program and did it right. And then sort of backslid into the guys do this, guys do that. It's that streamer sound. You want to sound like a streamer, authoritative, tell people what to do. People will follow you. And then we were like, all right, you get a temp ban. And then the guy came on My Funded Futures crying about it. Like, yeah, why'd you ban me or something? And then so we banned him there permanently because that's not the place for that, because that was immature. Like, we asked you a couple times. Anyways, we're like, yeah, 24-hour ban on our stream. You come back if you want. Well, I'm not coming back. Okay, that's cool. It wouldn't be the first time in the history of me doing my thing where another person finds a big community and then secretly is there and then pulling people out to have a mentorship program on the side. We've found so many of these clowns over the years. Their goal is to build confidence and then take your money. It's the word con man comes from the confidence. You guys have confidence in somebody just because they texted you a couple times in a YouTube chat. Well, you easily got conned because the person's calls were horrible, but not saying anything mean about them. But there were people like, how can I reach you out of this? And I'm like, please don't. Guy's gonna sell you something, and he was. We've removed so many of those clowns from our Discord over the years, selling something under our umbrella, sneaking away, you know. There's always a couple of them out there. I took 3 trades today. They all made money. Yeah. I longed out the door. I shorted right there, and then I shorted right there, and I'm just chilling right now. My thought was, I don't care if you're selling something. You're not gonna sell it here, sell it elsewhere, whatever. But this isn't a place for you to build your client base either. You know, like I see what it is. We're not gonna play, you know, pronoun exchange wuss world here. We're gonna say what it really is. Oh, Matt, don't be mean. Look, I know what it is. Nobody's doing anything like that unless they're monetized somewhere. Nobody would go forth the effort. And when you get upset when someone asks you to follow the house rules, because I'm interrupting your flow of business. It's the only way you get the confidence in people. See, guys, I made this play. Look at this play. I made this play. I made this play. You wouldn't be doing that unless you're building something underneath. I've been in the business long enough to know the signs. I had some horror stories. Somebody said, man, I bought this service from this guy in your Discord. And I'm always like, I know where this is going. But anyways, tell me the story. Yeah, I thought he was a mod here. He's always so helpful. He's always so helpful in chat. And I bought his mentorship program, and I don't think it's any good. I'm like, I don't endorse it. They're like, oh, well, I thought you did because you guys were all so supportive of each other. And so it leads to the impression of us endorsing this stuff. And so if we don't draw a boundary to let you guys know we're not endorsing, that's the whole point. You see what I'm saying? The confusion is because we're so friendly that we're endorsing it, and we're not. I have to make it very clear that we're not. Hopefully that makes sense. No, we were not endorsing that guy. And everybody's surprised. Like, I thought you guys were friends with, I thought part of the community. The guy never stepped foot in Rocket Scooter ever. So that's the whole point. Mariah's like, Mariah was like, I'll sell you a course to do the opposite of what I'm doing. I'll make money. That's a great, I'll buy it 100%. Yeah. So not trying to make a stink out of it, but we did ask that guy, just say, stop making play, not posting your plays and telling people what to do. Just post your plays and tell people what you did. But it doesn't have the same authority as like, hey guy, like I bought this, I bought that, as you stepping in and commanding people what to do. You're now a leader rather than a presenter. So the minute you're commanding people, you now have taken the role of leader, and people will fall into that leadership little by little and start to look to you for advice. What do I do? Hey, what's Gamma doing today? People started saying that. So that type of trick ropes people into you in a small sort of cult of personality sort of thing. We had to draw a clear line to say we're not endorsing this. So this is a story from a long time ago. Somebody asked. So we gave him a 24-hour ban, but he threw a fit and said he's never coming back. So I think once he detected that we were drawing a distinguished line in the sand that says we're not endorsing this guy, that he knew that we severed his ability to gain payments from members of this community. Maybe act like we're too dumb to see that. Some people in the chat were like, he was such a nice guy. Like, why'd you ban him? No, we didn't ban him. We temp banned him because he was breaking the rule for a day, but he threw a fit. We challenged his authority here, and he threw a fit. And that's the real problem. He had none. He tried to have some, and he had none. Yeah, so we weren't like being mean to anybody. We were just like, stop telling people to buy or sell in chat. Like, that was it. We have to like if imagine that you buy this guy's mentorship and I allowed him to do it in chat, and then somebody sued him because they lost all their money, and then I get roped into it as a defendant as well because I didn't police it. The SEC would certainly rope anything under our purview as my responsibility. It's, again, this is any legal any legal professional will tell you that you can't escape responsibility by saying, oh, someone in the community did it. If you're the one taking the money, it's all under your purview, so you have to police it. They require you to, so maybe understand that people know that. But there was 4 warnings over a couple months period. The mods were having a discussion about it. Like, the discussion really was, should one of us make a fake account just to go ask him, pretend that see what it is he's actually selling? Like, that's what somebody said. Like, let me just pretend I'm a person inquiring about a service. What is it he's selling? How much is it? And I was like, don't even go to the trouble. I was like, don't even go to the trouble. It's something. Just, tell them stop telling people what to buy and sell. People are going to go on like an expedition to figure out who it was and what they were selling. He was a plant. Yeah, probably selling someone's service. I'm sure somebody probably knows who it was. Yeah. I mean, when you've been in this business for a decade, you've seen everything out there. Nothing's a surprise anymore. People use the same tricks. The people in our chat, very helpful. However, nothing to sell. Yeah. You're a plant too, a ficus. I'm a juniper tree. Smells nice, looks nice, but really sharp if you touch it the wrong way. It's pretty sharp. Is it Lance? LOL. Do I have kids? I do. I have a kiddo. Ooh, hold on. All right. How are we finishing up this day today? My little 69.53 contract highs on S&P front month broken and now tapping 58. We've gotten such a strong push today on Nvidia. Nvidia does have a gap fill off of that downside move we had right about 189 and some change here. Nvidia's Monday close 2 Mondays ago. How much was he charging? No, we never. Oh, how much was Lance charging? Like 10,000 bucks. Yeah. Nah. When it came to that situation with that Gamma guy, I just, when people are asking, should we go find out who they're working for, what they're selling? I mean, like we know that we've seen it all before. And I told, you know, I can't tell you who, but I told the person that works for me and that was like, should we figure this out? I'm like, nah, they're not even in the Discord, to be honest. We'll just tell them to stop posting their plays. And YouTube, yeah, they always got something to sell, guys. Y'all know that. All right, here we are. S&P H26 highs are local highs for this contract. Actually has a gap down, so let me measure this really quick. But otherwise, you know, the guy seemed like a nice kid, but by his own decision, never decided didn't want to hang out in YouTube chat anymore. And the reason for that is because he probably found another one he can get clients from. All right, here it is, half gap. Actually, I can't stop. I need to stop deleting that. Okay. Actually, I'll do it like this. Half gap and gap fill. So on the specific contract itself, S&P does have a gap fill. It's 69.84. On its own March 26 contract. So here S&P is nowhere close to all-time highs by its own pricing. Largely the backwardation and contango have changed the shape of this relative to the continuous contract, but it does have a gap fill, like local gap fill, which is right here to fill up the 69.80s level. Oh, prizes for people in the Tradeify Cup. Yeah, so I need to do right. I need to do something for prizes with the Tradeify Cup. Granted, like after the cup, I got sick and things got crazy busy, and I didn't, like, you know me, I just get so busy. I need to give you guys your prizes for Christmas. So let me remind, can you do me a favor? Remind me what I said I would give out, because I don't remember. Did I say I'd give a prize out to the top X number of placers or something like that? And to the #1 participant on the team? If somebody can come back to me and DM me what I said I was going to give out. Aston Martin's 100K cash. Fuck you guys. I honestly don't remember what I said, but I want to honor what I said. I think I said the top 10 or 20 people are going to get something, or I don't remember. $1 million prizes for us representing the team and getting liquidated on day 1. Yeah, that's right. I can't remember. I can't remember what I promised y'all. An old Maserati. Maybe I should go sell the Maserati today. Like, I keep telling myself, it costs money to insure it. Nobody's driving it anymore. I probably could get like 25,000 out of it, which is not really that big of a deal. But I'm just sitting here paying insurance on a car. Nobody's driving it. If nobody's driving it, then I don't know if I want to keep it for any reason. For a prop for the top 20, something, well, whatever it was. Yeah, tell me. I think the top person would probably have been lifetime. That sounds like something I would say. The top person would be lifetime, and then the top 10 would be a prop account or something. Sell it as a backup. Should I give away a Maserati as a prize? A $20,000 prize? I don't need the money for any reason. The car was more useful than the money. That's why I didn't sell it. I didn't even trade it in. I was like, if I get 25 G's for this, the car is infinitely more valuable than 25 G. For 25 grand right now, you can't go buy a really nice, fully loaded, brand new car that works well. I never drove anywhere. The car is almost like brand new. So it has like that perceivable value for a car owner much higher than the value, the monetary value you'd get out of it. So I'm like, I'd rather keep it and just somebody in the family's going to use it or something. They'll get some use out of it. They're not going to be able to buy anything better for 25 G's, that's for sure. But then like, I wasn't going to sell it to anybody for that amount. I was like, I'll just keep it. Like maybe Gabriel can drive it when he's 18 in 10 years. It'll probably still work all right. How expensive insurance on the Moz? I think it's only like 300 bucks a month or something, 200 or 300. It's not that expensive. But I bought all the policies for it. I'm sure that the comprehensive and like the normal one is probably about like hundreds, 150. It's a 4-door V6. It's not like it's like, I mean, the Aston is very expensive. But I got like, you know, the chip damage. I buy all the perks, you know, like the windshield. I buy everything, which usually makes it twice as expensive than what it normally is. Donate the car and it's good for you as a tax write-off. That's true. Get parked insurance. Well, now, right? Yeah, now I can get parked insurance. Yeah. Which would be what I would do. But then we have to pay to park it because we don't have room in the garage. So I have to like pay for parking somewhere. Take it for the holiday. Comprehensive collision, all you need. Yeah, for the most part. You just go down to CarMax and get him to cut me a check for it. It's a really nice car. They don't make the Ghibli anymore. This is the last year they're doing it. So it's going to be the last time you ever see Ghibli. Quadriporto's going away. Levante's going away. Maserati's combining their 2 SUVs into one and their 2 touring cars into one. So instead of having a small and medium SUV and then a medium and then bigger 4-door Grand Touring, they're going to have one of each intermediate size in the middle of both of them, and they're going to have different names. So Maserati fans, this is your last year to get a Levante, if there's any still left. Levantes are pretty nice for the SUV side. They're one of the nicer looking SUVs, I thought. The Ghibli wasn't even my first choice of car. It's just what I found during COVID. There was nothing anywhere. Like if I was gonna buy the car the way I wanted it, I would have got the GT version, the V8 twin turbo, with all that. But they didn't. You couldn't find a car in 2020 to save your life. Chip shortages were huge delays for like cars. Lend it to a museum. The famous rocket scooter trading car. Have you guys heard of Go Charting before? I talked to these guys yesterday. Go Charting. They started overseas and they're starting their presence in the United States now. I don't know if you guys knew about it. It's a competitive trading view. It looks very similar. It's not built off of TradingView's framework, and it's just the same thing. It's these are just like, I guess I'm not even locked in, but this is what it is. It's a brand new charting platform. Same thing, marketplace, studies, you know, basically kind of like a it's pretty clean. Yeah, I talked to those guys yesterday. They reached out and they're trying to get some presence in the US. They're big in like India, They're big in a lot of places, but some of the cool features they have that I saw, I'm not like, I'm pretty impressed because you can actually connect to CQG, all your brokers. You can even connect to Tradeovate and trade your props here as well. So kind of neat. They have CQG like we do. Pretty nice. Nice and clean. Too white? Yeah, probably. Chip charges are so brutal, man. Like, seriously brutal. Volume map charts, I never looked at it. Is Tradeovate free to connect? Yeah, it should be free to connect. But anyways, I don't know if you guys had used them. Like, nobody I know has heard of them. And they reached out to me a couple times trying to get some presence and trying to make a partnership and see if it's worth it. I talked to them about possibly, I was like, well, we could put our tools in your platform. Now we can talk. But the Steve chart's pretty good, Donovan. Okay. I've never looked at it before. Bro, Donovan, I saw the silver check by your name. I've never looked at your channel before. 355,000 subscribers, and it's documenting the unexplained. Bro, what a cool channel. All right, I'm gonna sub to you. I got some microlearning overnight. Donovan, check this out. I love stuff like this. Very cool. Don't you tell us. I know. I love scary stories, dude. I'm a huge fan of that kind of stuff. That's dope, man. The cool production value, everything. I like it. Dang. All right. Well, now I'm going to add you. The algo can feed me scary shit while I'm in bed before I go to sleep. That's what I like. I do a lot. I love a lot of micro learning. Sometimes, like, IDOC is like, can you turn your phone down? I'm like, but babe, I'm learning about, you know, the debate between Einstein and Niels Bohr about the non-locality paradoxes that come from quantum mechanics. Like, what? And I'm like, all right, I'll turn it down. But honey, it's the debate between non-locality and local hidden variables. Like what's being taught in physics is not correct, and it's important to learn this stuff. But honey, Einstein was right. Kind of. He was right to question things. Somebody said, what are my other business? We're very private about it. And the reason for this is because in the course of doing business in the financial world, we've been trolled, harassed, stalked, attacked by other people in this world simply for existing and being like, hey, what's up? Yes, hold on. You're gonna clean in here. Veritasium, you watched that one last night? Oh, that was Veritasium. That's right. Yeah, I was watching that like I think a couple weeks ago. I love Veritasium. It's cool. I love anything related to physics. I always study it. They have such a cool way of explaining stuff, which is what I really like. But yeah, so other business. So anyways, like I said, we've been trolled, harassed, stalked, and take legal action against people before. Just for existing, people are jealous that you're big or whatever, and then they'll troll your businesses. The last thing we do is let people go out to the real world because they're salty trader competitors and go out and attack and harass our other businesses. So we're very private about our other revenue streams. Pretend I had a restaurant. You knew I owned a restaurant. Every fucking Kellyanne of the world going on Yelp, leaving 1,000 fake reviews. That's kind of where we're like private about that stuff. So in the public eye, you know, we keep it very generic. PBS Spacetime, dude, I love PBS Spacetime. It's so good, and they talk about some very complex, like that. That's kind of like that's like the biggest sort of watering down of the most complex topics out there. They talk about like I remember watching an episode of PBS Spacetime that talked about how like the random appearance of charm quarks in an atom makes the instantaneous mass of the atom sometimes greater than the actual mass, because the mass comes in and out of existence because of the amount of quarks inside of a nucleus, inside of like a proton. But it's never a fixed amount. They pop in and out of existence like static on TV. It's like bzzz. So sometimes when they smash these things, they find the sum of the mass of all the pieces that came out of it are sometimes more massive than the actual nucleus itself, many times over, which means that the net mass that we measure is an average over time. Instantaneously, mass is always fluctuating. I thought that was fantastic. And PBS Spacetime was a whole video on that. Oh, that's really crazy. Like, imagine like a nucleus. We always talk about there's like 3 quarks, but there's really not 3. There's tons of them. These are just valence, the leftover, the net sum of remaining charges. And I was like, oh, they pop in and out of existence. Like there's one here, one here, one here, one here. They're just fuzzing around all the time. But sometimes when you smash it, there's a huge ball that's that big. And this plus these 3 is greater than the mass of the whole thing. What? Like, where's that mass? I thought you can't create mass. Mass can't be created or destroyed. It's kind of a cool... That PBS Spacetime, virtual particles. Yeah, let's go. And I'm not I don't know a lot about it, so I can't really explain it too well. But I found that to be fascinating. How can you create mass? And the universe just seems to create it. It seems to just... It's a whole weird... The time travel episodes are mind-bending. Dude, they are, right? PBS Spacetime, if you guys have never seen it, it's a pretty cool channel. Donovan said, that stinks. You have some YouTube channels and Amazon FBA businesses and been trying to trade full-time for 2 years now. Oh, that's awesome, man. This is why you take a massive dump, but you don't lose any weight. That's exactly why. Yeah. But they explain like the crazy complicated stuff. All right, I think for the rest of the day I'm pretty much done. I'm gonna call it. Hey, bud. I'm gonna call it. We'll see you guys later. Y'all have a fantastic afternoon. I'm probably just gonna chill out in game for the last half of the day. You guys jump in the Discord. We can do a game day if y'all want. Probably not gonna do anything else. If we drop below open price 69.53, probably here. I may take some trades off of that. Until then, we might have a nice sort of play up inside of here. Y'all have a great day. All right, we'll see y'all on tomorrow. I'll be streaming tomorrow morning half the day. We'll see y'all then, and y'all have a good one.
Market spinning in chaotic haze. Rocket scooter blast through the maze. Volume prediction shows the way. Leave the doubt and the fray.